Little Squid League Invitational. I am joined by Era on comms, and we're about to get started. This is going to be a really nice LSL tournament, as this is one of the only higher level tournaments. Not really high, but low, not
higher low level. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is going to be an exciting invitational filled with teams you've probably heard of, including this round 1 matchup between Intimidation Factor and the Wiggly Phantoms. So, Squirrel, what do you know about these teams?
You see, these teams have both won LSLs, but the Wiggly Phantoms won LSL 10, which was 5 months prior to LSL 15, which Intimidation Factor won, so there's a big difference there. Our first map for this set is going to be Rainmaker Blackbelly Skate Park. And what do you think these teams will bring out on these maps?
Using my admittedly limited knowledge of these teams, just because it's Blackbelly RM, I'm definitely expecting a Stingray or two and like some heavy defense on both sides, but I'm not sure if these teams go like backlineless or what kind of comps they bring out in general. But yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, this is a really great map for Stingray, as well as other things. There's multiple ways to push and multiple ways to defend, so I'm just really excited to see what these teams bring out.
Yeah, especially for me at least, the Wiggly Phantoms coming back. Oh, and there's a DC on
both sides.
A little concerning, confusing for this first map, but they're gonna have a fun time KOing this, I guess. Intimidation Factor is gonna KO that Rainmaker so that they can redo. But what I was about to say is that Wiggly Phantoms is currently a disbanded team, although they had a good run, and oh, they missed the jump. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing them play together again, and taking a glance at the comps before, because they have to use the same comps. It looks like neither team has a formal backline. There's a Squeezer and Nautilus, which serve as kind of longer distance, longer range weapons, but no like CJ or Charger.
Yeah, that's really interesting there, because there's no Stingray there, but it is gonna make for some really intense action, as both of those comps want to fight. The interesting difference is that there's a double spot lane on the side of, I believe, Wiggly Phantoms with that Mini and Nautilus combo. I'm excited to see how that high paint will work out for them, but the Squeezer's Bubbles is also going to allow Intimidation Factor to get in really easily on both push options.
Oh yeah, definitely, especially with Rainmaker, just having that extra layer of security as a shield through the bubbles is gonna make it a lot more convenient to push in many situations, I've bet. I was gonna say, I think, yeah, I definitely agree that these comps are very aggressive, and I personally do like the pick of the mini Splatling as a support player myself. And I'm sure a lot of viewers will be excited to see less shooters, and I also saw Bucket, like a hero slosher on one side, so that'll be exciting to see as well.
Yeah, but there's still traces of the meta, as there will always be in a competitive game. But, it is good to see a slight shift from quad shooter to something a little bit more interesting. And honestly, it involves a lot more strategy and a lot more thinking, in my opinion. So it's going to be really interesting to see the strategy that both of these teams bring out, because they still have similar-ish aggressive positions. But I assume they're going to want to do different things because of slight differences, like, for example, Mini, which is going to paint a lot more fight maybe a little bit less, but I think it's just going to be really interesting to see how two similar comps are going to fight each other, and like overall just what they're going to do with this map, because it can be over in an instant or it can be dragged on through overtime. You really never know.
Yeah, of course. And currently we're waiting on our teams as there's some technical difficulties with that double-sided DC, and they'll be restarting the lobby and hopefully starting up shortly again. But for now we have a little bit of time, I guess. I did notice additionally a K-shot on the comps. I don't remember every single weapon, but like that's a lot of missiles, I will say. So that's definitely part of the meta that's sticking with us here.
Yeah, you're still gonna have missiles and armor and other specials that will complement both of those or will benefit from those. And on screen you can see some of the other matches that haven't quite finished yet, but they're happening right now, so
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing that. It's the first LSL Invitational in a while, and these teams are going to be really exciting to see.
Yeah, obviously these are pretty well-established teams, whether they have disbanded or not. And I think they're in a couple of different divisions in recent Ludi divisions, but it'll still be interesting to see how, you know, some of the more, for lack of better terms, elders of Little Squid League compete against some of the newer winners, and even how some of the past non-champions, I believe there's a couple that weren't LSL winners but still were invited because this is an invitational. So yeah, there's going to be some super cool matchups coming up soon.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that we have to keep in mind for both of these teams is, like you said, it's sort of almost old versus new. You know, LSL 10 was quite a while ago, to be honest, and the meta's shifted. A lot of things have shifted. So overall, these matches are going to be really interesting to see how each team takes like their take on a comp.
For sure. And now we are back up and hopefully gonna run through this first game of round 1 with no issues. And I guess one thing that stands out to me is the full last-ditch effort comp on the side of Intimidation Factor, which is no surprise in this meta, as countless people have proven its effectiveness.
Yeah, and that's the early advantage for the Wiggly Phantoms. They were able to get a pick and take a lot of space at the very start. That's going to be them starting their push, but 3 specials on the side of Intimidation Factor might be able to stop it. Rainmaker going down. It looks like this push was almost halted.
But now Tux is the only one left up on Wiggly Phantom's side, and Intimidation Factor's looking for them with these bubbles. Looking to start up their new push, but, you know, it's been a little bit of time and the whole team of the Wiggly Phantoms is back up, and they'll continue to fight for the next advantage.
Yeah, the Intimidation Factor has mid control, and also a bit more specials. You know, the Wiggly Phantoms took an early death, which means they're going to have more specials to work with now as they start their next push.
For sure. It looks like one member of Intimidation Factor goes down, that bucket player, but so too does one member of Wiggly Phantoms, and is a very stalematey fight in the mid for control, and, you know, maybe a 2-down or 3-down situation for either of these teams, but they seem pretty even. Like, they've been trading picks back and forth. There goes another one, and it doesn't feel like either team is in a safe position to take that Rainmaker anywhere significant.
Yeah, I mean, it's been just a fight for mid for the first 2 minutes. Picks back and forth as well as specials. Just keep taking a little bit of space and then losing control of it, and then taking a little bit of space because we see them push up a little bit, but they still don't have complete control of mid. So it might be that they won't be able to start their next push, and one goes down already. The other looks pretty weak, and there's a DC. on the side of the Wiggly Phantom.
Yeah, that Nautilus player unfortunately had a lapse in connection, I guess. But for now, it looks like these teams are still playing, and Wiggly Phantoms were wiped. But I guess we'll see how this continues or if it will be replayed. But yeah, Intimidation Factor definitely with this, you know, inherent 3v4 advantage, and they're picking up the Rainmaker. Wiggly Phantom still putting up a big fight to try and stop them, I guess.
Yeah, we saw the Rainmaker get picked, and it just seems like they're running it forward at this point, using that 3v4 advantage to using that 3v4 to their advantage. And I mean, even so, they didn't get the KO, but 12 is a pretty strong lead. That being said, the Wiggly Phantom with a lot of picks and effort can take it back.
I definitely believe in them. It's going to be a big fight in this last 90 seconds of the game, but it looks like they have a lot of perspective, literally in their positioning for locating the members of Intimidation Factor, and they're trying to take team fights to the point where Intimidation Factor is now 2 down, and the Wicked Phantoms actually has an advantage, and they're probably gearing up for this fight. Here come the bubbles. Oh, the instant off gets them.
Yeah, that looked like it could be a really strong push with it from Wiggly Phantoms, but they got shut down by the Squeezer's bubbles. And the Squeezer was, I think, the last one up there too, so that was pretty unfortunate. But, you know, they're 2 down, 45 seconds left. They can still make a counter push, but they're going to need to work for it.
Yeah, Intimidation Factor, getting a lot of map control, getting a pick. It's looking like they're going to be going for this KO pretty soon here.
Yeah, and another player going down. They have the armor, but they're going to need to use it, get something back. 3v3 on the side, on the map. They might be able to get a pick on the Rainmaker. That being said, they are backing away, and they're just going to need to chase the Rainmaker if they want to win this game.
Yeah, the Wiggly Phantoms do take out that Rainmaker, but there's only one left up on their team, and this overtime comeback is going to be a really big challenge for them to overcome, but there's still some time for them. And it looks like, yeah, they need to figure out where the locations of every Intimidation Factor player is, and one of them goes down, but the bucket will sneak after sharking in that half pipe and take out the Rainmaker for a win on the side of Intimidation Factor.
That was I felt like that would be a really close game. Unfortunately, there was a DC midway through the game, and that's when Intimidation Factor was able to get their push in. But other than that, those first 2 minutes of the game were really close and just back and forth. No one got an opportunity to push because no one messed up.
Definitely. They're both playing pretty safely and really wanted that win, but unfortunately, as some internet gods might have just said, went in the favor of Intimidation Factor this time.
Yeah, hopefully we don't have any more DCs. That being said, we are going to Clan Blitz on the Reef, and both comps could do well there, but what do you think they'll make any adjustments to their comp? If so, what?
I'm excited to see if they have any more, like Slayer sharking weapons, I suppose. Like maybe, because obviously on the Reef you can go by car and like sneak around back to the backside of the basket to, you know, get a power clam in or something. So weapons good for that. Like I was thinking about the bucket player, how they shark to get the final kill on the Rainmaker, and that would be, you know, a good strategy for this map mode for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Post Squeezer's bubbles might prove even more effective. We saw them get a crucial double when Wiggly Phantoms was about to push, so that might be another thing to watch out for. I think they might stick with their comp. or they might choose to bring out a bubble weapon. So, as we all know, Squeezer or maybe even Forge. There's many bubble options, but or maybe they'll just stick to their aggressive comp. And provided no more DCs happen, I think it'll look pretty good.
Yeah, so I'm really excited for this next match. Hopefully it'll be a bit closer if everything goes well. And we see a tent right off the bat, switching up intimidation factors comp just a little bit. This
Yeah,
is
and that
exciting. Yeah.
yeah, there's a splash and a camo tent umbrella on the side of intimidation factor. No change from Wiggly Phantoms. A 3v3 situation in mid. Intimidation factor has control of the bridge, but no one has really established control of the map. But it's only been 30 seconds.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of aggressive potential on the side of Intimidation Factor with that 10 shield, as they got, I believe, the opening pick, and they already have a, power clam. And looks like they're about to score. Oh, and they unfortunately missed, but they're keeping up the aggression. Is that the junior player getting those picks behind the basket? This is going to be a pretty big opening push.
Yeah, and we saw that Nautilus player held out for quite a while. They went down, but that's a 3v2 situation favoring Wiggly Phantoms, and they should be able to reestablish control of mid here. The Tent Umbrella and Bubble combo was really effective for Intimidation Factor's push, and I think that's going to be their strategy going forward.
Yeah, and even the bomb rush at the end to keep the push going. But this tent, oh, what just happened? That was oh, it's the bubble blower, I see it. But a bit of a jump kill, and Intimidation Factor is looking to set up another push with only this Nautilus that just gets taken down, and those power clams just get tossed into that basket just like that.
Yeah, and the Tent Umbrella was really pushing hard there. I think the same strategy happened, and Wiggly Phantom was off to a really good start, but the bubbles came in with just the right timing and positioning, and they got a double, and then the push just completely turned around. Almost 70 points on the board for Intimidation Factor. That's a big lead, especially in Clem Blitz, but one going down, I think this is Wiggly Phantom's chance for a push.
For sure, even though Intimidation Factor keeps just picking up clams, they have 21 on the board. That number's really big on the UI. It's really proving that their aggression is paying off and with the score, but hopefully the Wiggly Phantoms can come back here and get some more picks in order to score on their own as well. And it looks like they're approaching the basket with an armor, and this Mini's gonna try to toss it in. Let's go.
Yeah, an Ancient coming out and a Booyah Bomb. They're two down, but the Tent Umbrella is in mid. They're fighting someone. This would be a really good opportunity for the Wiggly Phantoms to be able to stagger, but they're all over the place. Tuck is all the way in their car, and Navy's caught off alone, but Gem comes in with the clams. Is it enough?
And Amber in the back, perhaps trying to jump out, but looking for a pick. Oh, there's a pick. There's a power clam jump. There goes the lead. Wiggly Phantoms are still pretty much all up. There's only one left on the side of Intimidation Factor. Amber tossing in clams, and that was 100-0 KO on the side of Wiggly Phantoms.
That was a really good push by the Wiggly Phantoms. You saw they took some losses at the beginning, but once they got their push in, Intimidation Factor didn't know how to defend to some extent. Some people got caught out in mid, and they just got continually staggered, and that allowed, along with some key positioning by some of the Wiggly Phantoms members, they got that 100 OKO, and they were just able to keep the clam supply coming.
Yeah, that clutch jump that Amber provided was very essential to, keep that basket open and get score a whole 20 points with I believe maybe the pity clam on the side of Wiggly Phantoms, and just like that, you know, that was an amazing match. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I completely agree. That was really intense too. And surprisingly, for these two aggressive short-range-ish teams, there wasn't a ton of fighting going on. It was a lot of building specials and pushing in. But it worked out really well. Next up is Zone's Mako Mart. What do you think they're gonna bring out for this?
I definitely wouldn't be surprised if a bomb rush came back out, like that splash, I believe, on the side of Intimidation Factor. And as you know, it's close quarters, it's a zones map, gotta love that, and the bubbles as well on the side of Intimidation Factor. And the Wiggly Phantoms didn't change their comp much between the first and second match, so I'm interested to see if they change it up for this one or not. What do you think?
Yeah, I could very well see a try coming out here, as that's pretty good on both stacks of this map. Then again, they might just run the tried and true comps that they've been using. This is the deciding game for this intense set. Hopefully there's no more DC still.
Alright, yeah, so Wiggly Phantoms looking like they're running the same comp, but on the side of Intimidation Factor, a K machine coming out, and no bomb rush, but still the bubbles, and Wiggly Phantoms will take the first cap of the zone as a bunch of missiles come in, forcing them to move back though, so Intimidation Factor has a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, and that was a really interesting pick. They chose to go with the Kenza Jr. for the bubble combo, and that thing can get a ton of bubbles. And even more interesting is the fact that there's two juniors on the side of Intimidation Factor. There's plungers to fight aggression with specials, and it's paying off as they get another pick. And
Yeah.
the lockout is just continuing.
Yeah, this flanking K Junior, obviously both of those juniors are going to get a lot of paint on the ground, but still being an aggressive, you know, threat force to be reckoned with. That K Junior finally does go down, and it looks like Wiggly Phantoms are trying to get this zone back on their side, but the Intimidation Factor will hold it for at least a couple more seconds.
Yeah, and that was really a nice flank. Two going down. It's just a K-shot left. Can they get the cap before KOs? Thankfully they do. And that's a wipe on the side of Intimidation Factor, but a push down to 5. That was a really strong push, and it's only been 90 seconds into the game.
For sure, it'll give them a couple more chances to retake before they lose the lead or get knocked out, so... But Navy proving to, you know, they've regained their footing, and it looks like Wiggly Phantoms is really trying to take this one home.
Yeah, and only 35 points left. There's 3 specials on both teams. Hopefully they can make this count. 2 specials pop.
A splashdown on zone by the Cave Machine. So many, oh my.
Traded out. Yeah, Intimidation Factor gets the cap, but it's a scrappy fight from mid. And 2 go down to a bomb, I think. That's crucial. Wiggly Phantoms can retake zone if they want to.
It looks like the zone will switch back into favor of the Wiggly Phantoms, as after that whole like scramble of specials and bombs, finally all 4 players on both teams are back up, and it'll be fight for zone, I guess, before a fight for picks, and one goes down. Yeah, it's looking like Intimidation Factors picking themselves back up, and they want this KO.
Yeah, and that was a really strong retake of mid, and now full lockout. Wiggly Phantoms is basically trapped in their base. 2 specials pop. They're going to need to make this count with only 30 penalty points left. They're going to need to get a cap here, or it might be game.
Yeah, they threw like 3 specials at that zone, but somehow Intimidation Factor's still holding on and didn't let them cap, and they have a huge stack K machines all the way up in their spawn. It looks like they're about to get this KO unless something crazy happens.
Yeah, and I think honestly that was a really even match at the start, with game one being an unfortunate case of a disconnect. Game two was a really strong showing from Wiggly Phantoms, but I think the double junior aggression just really surprised them, especially as the longest range weapon on their team was a Kenza sloshing machine. So that's pretty surprising to me, and I think to them as well, and it just took them by surprise.
I definitely think that map mode favors slightly shorter ranged weapons as it's so close quartered. But yeah, it was definitely cool to see such a short range weapon succeed, such a short range comp succeed in that way. And we're watching a replay of that Clan Blitz match and some unfortunate bubble blower deaths.
Alright, I'm really sorry. I spaced out once during the TV Reef game. I'm so sorry. I really hope they didn't notice. Yeah. Hello, and we are back for round 2 of the LSL Invitational number 2. I'm with Era again, and we're seeing two teams, Ink Bashers and Vaporwaves play. Of course, play all three. Neither of these teams have won LSLs, but they've both gotten third, back-to-back LSLs, also, which is pretty interesting. Or rather, Ink Bashers won LSL 15, but that's pretty cool. Yeah, anything else that you know about these teams, Era?
Not too familiar with, but I believe Vaporwave has a couple flex players, and I do recognize a couple names on Ink Bashers, so. But it's mostly kind of like a clean slate, and I'll be super excited to see what they pull out. And in sort of a contrast to the last match we watched, these teams both seem like about the same age, I guess. I could be wrong, but like their results are from pretty similar LSLs compared to the Wiggly Phantoms versus Intimidation Factor. So maybe this one will also be a really close matchup.
Yeah, we're gonna start with Inkblot Art Academy TC. And I think that favors a pretty aggressive combo, so backup lines can also work on this. Honestly, what do you think they're gonna pull out? I see a ton of options for this match.
Yeah, I think more recently I've seen a lot of Inkjets do well on this map mode. In addition to, you know, the classic ledge campers that can, you know, really take advantage of bats, plat. But other than that, I'm not entirely sure what these players play, so I'm sure anything could work.
Yep. I do see some special spam going on, as there always is.
Yeah.
And there's a Gluga, a V Gluga, and a Rapid Deco, two slightly unexpected choices, but they could both work well.
That's really exciting, actually. With both teams having less than 3 shooters. So yeah, these are definitely some less conventional comps, especially on the side of Ink Bashers, but you know, maybe it'll prove to be effective, at least for now.
Yeah, both of these teams have practiced their comps well and they know what they're doing. So it's going to be really exciting to see these comps fight off. And the tries going in for trade 2v2, but it's been a pretty scrappy fight for mid, and that's Vaporwave with the mid paint advantage and now player advantage.
Yeah, Ink Bashers with a couple slightly longer ranged weapons, but still like taking a very aggressive approach in that first fight, but now they're being forced back by those missiles and by that Inkjet that I was somewhat predicting. And Vaporwave is trying to get this tower past the first check. And it looks like the first checkpoint, however, I'm not I mean, that'll be like really helpful for future pushes, but aside from that, the Vaporwave's push stops at 68 for now.
Yeah, that was an opportunity for a pretty strong push. We see a counter push coming back the other way. It's been pretty even so far. As the slightly slower play of Invitational's comp is working out, they're able to defend really well.
Yeah, definitely a comp that might favor defense, but it looks like a couple of players of Ink Bashers go down before they can push the tower itself farther, which of course is the objective, and might make it a bit harder for them to get on that offense, but we'll see how they go. Just a bunch of missiles.
Yeah, it's still a 2v3, but Ink Bashers is managing to hold the tower. The Zap gets a nice pick, and that looks like it's gonna stall the push from Intimidation. Again, Ink Bashers is doing a really, really good job of holding on to space, even in player disadvantage, and I think that's gonna be really helpful for them as the Zap does go down.
Yeah, these longer range weapons, as I mentioned, have a lot more fun, I would say, playing from plat rather than on, you know, in mid on the ground. with even ground with these shorter range weapons that can maybe kill a lot faster. So it'll be a bit of a challenge, but it looks like they're holding up decently well with neither team really getting too far on that tower
Yeah,
path as we have 2 minutes left in the game.
I completely agree. I think that Vaporwave and Invitational comp both have unique advantages, and both teams are playing really well to their strengths. And as a result, it's a really even match with no team getting, to be honest, strong lead.
Yeah, we saw that little inkjet fight between the Booga and Nautilus player, and Flingza on Inkbashers is still up, trying to be a bit aggressive despite that Flingza being typically a missile spamming support weapon, but they do get a pick, and it looks like that's going to start off Inkbashers' next push, and they're really looking to get through this checkpoint.
Yeah, and it's a 2 constant push, and wow, Invitational has already gotten up to the second checkpoint without that many picks, and that long being passed is their first advantage. The Zap does go down, which would signal the end of the push. 2 go down, courtesy of that K-shot. 3 go down, and that's going to end the push. But again, Invitational is doing a great job on holding on to lead, so maybe that'll work for them.
Yeah, maybe their defensive comp is gonna really favor holding on to this for the last 30 seconds as that tower slowly moves back towards the center. Armor coming out on the side of Vaporwave. 1 does go down in the Bashers, so I think Vaporwave definitely has this chance to bring it back and get to that checkpoint, but clearing that checkpoint is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, but Vaporwave with the really good aggression has been able to push and then try getting a double kill, pushing up all the way into their flat. That's 5 seconds left, just the rapid. They're not going to bring this one back unless anything crazy happens. And that was a really strong opening from both sides, but Vaporwave was just able to snowball and push into their plat in the last minute.
Yeah, Vaporwave proving that getting up to that next checkpoint wasn't as hard as I anticipated, and really using their aggression to their advantage against those longer range weapons. And our next map mode is Sturgeon Shipyard Splat Zone. So, you got Squirrel, do you have any opinions on this map? Any predictions? What do you think?
So that Inkmore Art Academy is a very aggressive map, in my opinion. But Zones Surgeon and Zones being Zones, you can play a bit more slow, and I think that'll really play to the strengths of the Invitational comp. Then again, Intimidation factor could Vaporwave could completely change their comp to adjust to this map mode. Or they might keep it the same and continue to apply aggression, and it works really well. And it can work really well inside of zones and out. So I think anything could happen. But I think most importantly, it's important for all teams to just sort of stick with what they know and stick with what they've practiced, as practice makes perfect on literally anything.
That's so true, honestly. If Inkbashers' longer range comp is what they've practiced, and you know, maybe they probably play this map a lot in scrims or something. So if that's what they're confident with, I definitely can see this next match being really close, and no matter what Vaporwave brings out. And I'm definitely looking forward to see how both teams take advantage of all the angles and like rotating parts and different ways to get around this map, because it is one of my favorites in terms of just how versatile it is.
I completely agree. Surgeon's Shipyard allows access for backline weapons to just sort of sit back and be able to pressure on the map without too much threat. But there's also the spinner pieces and multiple fight routes, which allow front lines to also get aggressive and make the plays that are needed. So I think that both comps work well on the stage, but you know, it's just going to be up to who can sort of play a bit more patient and play a bit more to the style of zones.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's going to be a little bit different from that aggressive TC strategy. And Ink Bashers has a little bit more pressure on them right now to take this match in order to hopefully win the last one and win the play all three set. But here we go, and that's an E-liter with a scope on the side of Vaporwave. In addition to the Glug is coming back, but a little bit of a change on both sides.
Yeah, and there's also a Nautilus on the side of Ink Bashers and not a Rapid or a Flingza. And that's okay, they chose to go a bit more aggressive, and then, but that's the early pick for Intimidation factor. A 2v2 advantage though, and now a 2v0, as Ink Bashers gets the early advantage, their slightly more aggressive comp paid off, and they're getting into a lockout position.
Yeah, definitely a few more commonly played, I guess, weapons on the side of Ink Bashers compared to their last comp, and so far it seems to be working out as the timer ticks below 50, and, you know, Ink Bashers still has pretty much full mid control. Armor's coming out in order to try to hold this, but two do go down on both sides, actually, and this Nautilus and Junior are going to keep fighting for the zone. Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting to see that mid fight go down. Because it was 2 went down for Ink Bashers and then 2 went down for Vaporwave. The E-leader getting a really nice snipe on that Inkjet. 3 goes down on the side of Ink Bashers, and now Vaporwave is going to have their take at holding a lockout. I think that E-leader is going to provide a unique advantage on this map as help keep them back. Then again, there's always that ink armor to worry about from the junior.
Yeah, we can see that this E-leader's standing up here on Spinner, and I think they got a pick on the Nautilus from super far away. But that's not going to help too much if, you know, that E-leader gets rushed down as they are right now. And now they're forced to back up, and it looks like Ink Bashers is going to take the cap before Vaporwave can get a lead or anything. And, you know, they're already back set up for Ink Bashers to keep this hold with specials on the line and not nearly a comfortable number of points left on the board.
Yeah, and that was a really quick retake from Ink Bashers, as we see really from Ink Bashers going into the court. Ancient, they're taking this retake, they're fighting aggression with aggression. Although no specials popped on the side of Vaporwave, they just stood back and let that happen and didn't go down. 3v3, will they be able to get the cap in time though?
Finally a baller coming out on Ink Bashers, but that's the last member of Ink Bashers alive. That Gluga's going to get a pick, which is really nice, but playing a bit precariously, and I guess that Gluga player did stall long enough for their team to come back and get that cap. But this 52 still in mid. Are they gonna go down? Okay, they finally go down, but there's just so many fights going on. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was a really good stalling sort of action by the Glugas, which allowed their team to get back in. And there's, even though their team's backed up, they're still holding mid pressure. And that's really working out for them. But they still lost them again. But they have a good amount of points on the board, so they can still take the lead. As 1 goes down on the side of Vaporwave, 2 go down. It's just the E-leader and the Tri-Slosher left, and only 40 penalty points left. Vaporwave is going to need to play this really careful.
Yeah, it looks like, again, picks going back and forth. Can't even tell who really has an advantage, aside from the fact that Ink Bashers is currently in control of zone, but it looks like Vaporwave is gearing up to make this last push a good one, unless Ink Bashers manages to hold zone until they can knock it out with only 4 points left. 2-1, and Ink Bashers will KO this second game.
Yeah, and that was a really interesting game because you saw Ink Bashers held control for a lot of the game. Squid put some points on the board pretty early and just kept putting on pressure. The E-leader with 9 splats and assists. the splats and assists for that game weren't all that different, but I think Ink Bashers was just able to make more out of their holding time when they had controlled zone.
Yeah, for sure. It was very, very much a kill. It looked like a kill-heavy game in those couple critical fights, but you know, at the end of the day, the zone is the objective, and that's what determines the outcome of the game. And for our third match, we are going to Snapper Canal with Clan Blitz. Any ideas for this one or predictions?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that we see another Bubbles come out as always. Again, a very large map, so they might choose, or Vaporwave might choose to stick with an E-leader or another backline, or they might go for a more aggressive style like we saw in Game 1. Same thing for Ink Bashers, really. They could pull out that rapid flags combination, which worked pretty decently for them. But then TC Snowball happened. But still, like, that was a pretty even game, but Ink Bashers was just able to get more points out of every hold. And Clamblitz, I feel like, is a hybrid almost between having to still be aggressive and take a lot of enemy space, but also holding your own. So, and this is going to be a really close game.
Yeah, for sure. It'll determine the set as well, and double dualies on the side of Ink Bashers. And a Forge Pro. Okay, so we have Bubbles on the side of Vaporwave. That'll be very fun, interesting, I will say, to watch. With a double armor comp on Ink Bashers. But we'll see if the aggressive comp of Vaporwave will combat that, or what'll happen.
Yeah, one goes down already on the side of Ink Bashers. But, that's a pretty interesting pick. You see Kenza Dooley and the Kenza Luga Doolies on the side. Their Zap is caught in a 1v2, managing to back out, and Ink Bashers are still playing pretty careful.
Yeah, but all those players of Ink Bashers able to converge on those two players and pick them one by one, sort of looking for clams in order to maybe start a push of that street, I believe is called that. Those fizzies definitely providing a lot of pressure for that area as the members of Vaporwave come back online.
Yeah, and that was a really good team fight that Ink Bashers won. Got good mid control, and got them able to push. Both armors being popped, and they were able to score. Zap gets a trade, K-Shot gets a double, and that's going to be the push start. It's still complete white. This is going to give Ink Bashers time to set up and get cleansed.
Yeah, they kind of just rushed in with everything they had and hoped the armor would help out with, preventing them from dying. I guess it worked out. And members of Vaporwave are still going down, but finally it looks like the Glugas are the last one up on Ink Bashers, and that'll be the end of the push. But 17 is pretty huge for the first 2 minutes of the game in a single push.
Yeah, and Ink Bashers do a really good job of holding their space, but that's Vaporwave with the early advantage. They're gonna be able to take mid with this, and perhaps start a push. Another goes down, but they do have an armor ult, and unfortunate death to the water there. But there's still so much chaos going on between Inkjet, Bubbles, and Fallers.
Yeah, oh my gosh, there's just it's looking like sort of organized chaos almost, though, with nearly equal picks going on for each side. Like, every time two go down on one team, it seems like two go down on the other, and it's not, the best situation for pushes, which makes sense why it's getting kind of stalematy right now.
Yeah, and this is very interesting to see. One goes down on the side of Ink Bashers, but it looks like my god, but no, two go down on the side of Ink Bashers. It's just the dually left in the right side of the map. They're coming in for a flank. They can make this count. Vaporwave will be soft.
But there's Bubbles coming in, maybe trying to save that power clan. before the baller drops right on top, and Vaporwave seems like they're trying to take Inkbash's strategy of just forcing their way through that open street area, but the execution didn't go quite as planned, and Vaporwave has still yet to score.
Yeah, and Invitationals had the armor that time. They have the double armor impact, and they also push from a few different angles. I think if Favor wants to take this back, they're gonna have to start soon because 17 is a big lead to overcome. And but they can definitely do it.
Yeah, for sure, just like that Wiggly Phantoms match. It's definitely possible if everything goes pretty well for a team to come back in a 100-0 KO, or they don't even need that much, but you know, that would be probably ideal. But 50 seconds left, Vaporwave is kind of pushed back by those fizzies to be clustered around their own basket instead of the enemies. And
And
yeah,
Invitationals was able to get a lot of passive map control through bombs and specials, and that worked out really well. But we do see almost 4 specials coming online for Vaporwave. They can make this count. The game might be over in a moment's notice.
yeah, it looks like Bash is trying to play it a little bit safer, but one goes down on each side. There's missiles everywhere. There's the Forge looks like it's trying to score through those bubbles, but they're stuck at 68.
Yeah, that was a really unfortunate thing. They were able to get some control. With 20 seconds of overtime, they're going to need to make this count, and they're going to need to win all of their fights. There's a jump coming in, they're going to need to block it, and they score. That's an unfortunate end, but I think Vaporwave did a really good job with that last push, especially considering they basically had to force it. But one thing that Ink Bashers was able to do was they were able to sustain their pushes. They were able to stagger them a little bit, get a few picks, go back to mid for more clams, and just keep that pressure. And again, we see similar spots and assists. But you know, you see Ink Bashers just finding more value out of those specials and being a little bit more organized with them.
Yeah, I was definitely impressed by Ink Bashers and their ability to play a bunch of different weapons while still, you know, coming out with the win at the end. But congrats to both these teams, but congrats to Ink Bashers for picking this set up. Um, I don't know why it said that, like it was like the end of the tournament or something. And we're gonna rewatch this lead taking push by, well, this Ink Inkblot TC match and Vaporwave's comeback, which unfortunately did not set the tone for the set, but was a very nice push right at the end.
Yeah. And we're going to be heading into round 3 here of LSL Invitational. Both of these sets have been super good, 2-1 games, and they've been really close. Some were stalemate, some were complete KOs. I'm Squirrel at Squirrel Splatoon.
Yeah, I'll make sure to go check you out on twitter.com. My handle is Era of the Times. It's been great. And please stay tuned for round 3 and then top cut of LSL Invitational number 2.
Hello, lovelies, and welcome back to Little Squid League 18, the second invitational. I'm Second Splats, and I'm joined by Nox Raven.
Hi. Up in round 3 of groups, we have CIA versus illumineye.
Ooh, we see a little familiar face there for both of us, huh?
Just a bit, yeah.
Yeah. So both Nox and I were on illumineye about maybe like half a year ago. I don't know. So hard to remember.
Oh, that would have been half a year now.
Yeah, time really does fly. But yeah, they're gonna face some rough competition against CIA. I haven't heard too much about CIA. I think, do you know when
They have not been that active for the past bit, but they used to be a very prominent low-level team that was really rising. They were the LSL 9 champions. And we are opening here on Skipper Zones.
Skipper Zones. Very interesting map layout because it's symmetrical down the center axis, so you can have some interesting fights around buoys and walls due to right side peeking.
Absolutely. It's a very unique map, and it's one of my favorite zones maps just because of how much you can see all the time. It's so easy to just figure out where people are coming from. It does have that one fun flank that you can do from mid down to bottom left or right from either side.
And with that, we have illumineye starting to count down on that zone, but Radish does go down to the end zap on CIA.
Yes.
And it does look like illumineye will continue to hold the zone, at least trading with the end zap.
And they do have a couple specials at the ready here to really make sure that their defense can hold strong. They are probably waiting on an armor, though, but it looks like they are pretty far from it, so the inkjet's just being used without it to go down on the side of CIA, which just allows illumineye to further their hold.
Yeah, Abs 3 down already. This is a very decisive hold for illumineye, and CIA is going to have to think of something quick.
They will, but illumineye still has that armor ready and has a bomb rush ready to just truly hold space here. They don't need to really feel like they're pressured. They're just able to use their specials here, hold this zone, and that is a 100-0 hold.
Yeah, 100-0 hold, just like that. Splat zones can be one of the quickest games if you just completely deny entry. And
absolutely, not quite as fast as Rainmaker though.
Oh, absolutely. Rainmaker's games can be over in like, what, 10 seconds? At least.
I think the fastest I've seen is 20.
Oh. Okay, with that.
And now, with that being said, one of the fastest Rainmaker maps in the game. Manta Maria, what are your thoughts on it?
With most Rainmaker maps, I always love a bit of cheese, I'll call it. Using that Rainmaker shield with a sploosh or maybe the dapple duels, you can just really get some surprising pops for the other team. And once you do it, you definitely have to watch that right side flank because you can just rush Rainmaker through there if you're not guarding it.
Absolutely, and even if you don't get a full KO push there, it's so easy to manage to keep a couple people up and just manage to get that repop and get a few more points and just chip away at it on this map.
Also, grates are important to hold for mid control here, because you can just see all around and definitely guard that Rainmaker from being popped, but you definitely don't want it to explode underneath you.
Absolutely. This map especially, I find early pop to be such an important factor. Like, whoever gets first popped often can decide how this map goes.
Absolutely. I'm trying to think back to illumineye's roster. I think Snow might play some sort of quick pop weapon here, whether it be Sploosh-o-matic or something, but I guess I'll have to.
Yeah, we could also see a Bloblobber out of Radish because that is incredibly good at getting quick pop.
Absolutely. I just noticed under illumineye it says Yummy Stars enjoyers.
And illumineye was in fact a participant in the first LSL way back when. Invitational.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the first invitational participant. They're reclaiming their throne to the invitational, though I'm not sure if they actually won the first invitational.
Wiggly Phantoms won the first invitational, actually.
Yes, there it is. I should just stop coming up with facts and stating I'm like facts. Not a good thing to do, but we will see Manta Maria Rainmaker start shortly.
We will.
I'm just so excited for this map mode. It can go by so quickly, and it's so intense.
It can also be a very drawn-out 5-minute fight, though, so it's always an exciting one. And we are seeing a Nautilus come out along with the Junior. They probably do have pop here just based off of the other team, just based off of CIA's comp.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a lot of suction bombs and splat bombs.
With some object shredder tossed in. Yep. And so they're probably just working on specials, although one does go down, really giving a favor to CIA here for a second, but Lappy manages to take out another. It is a 2v2 situation. Radish is in a rough spot here fighting a Zap.
But there was 3 down on CIA, so Rash was able to get out of there, and it looks like they are trying to take it right.
Managing to get a pick with the Rainmaker, they're able to move forward as Snow moves up in front of them, really able to clear out the space, although there is a 52 gal there getting in the way. Always
they missed their shot and they're down.
And that is 3 down again
already.
It is just the Zap. The Zap goes down, and that should be game. And that is Rainmaker.
Manta Rainmaker right there for sure.
And a thing that illumineye did there that was really great was they realized that they still had a numbers advantage, so they kept jumping in and not just swimming back when it would have taken way longer for them to get there.
Absolutely. If you have the numbers advantage, you can definitely make sure someone can safeguard your jump in.
Absolutely. Up next, we'll have TC on Starfish, another pretty snowball heavy map.
Oh, absolutely. If you can push the tower up to their snipe and control snipe, that at least gets you the second checkpoint, and then you can push up to their top left through the grates if you're feeling really aggressive.
Which, fully possible with either of the comps these teams have been playing. Both teams have been playing pretty forward, aggressive comps.
Yeah, I think I did see a Jet Sculpture that last game, I believe, but...
Yes, there was a Jet that last game.
But for the most part, most frontline shooters.
Absolutely. It works well on these maps. Really able to keep map control and paint going, and able to just maintain that special control and just really lock everything down if you manage to get everything set up.
Yeah. One thing I do wonder about is that it is going to be tower control, though, and different teams tend to have different methods of wanting to control the tower through their special choices. Mm-hmm. Some teams prefer to go maybe double missiles, and others prefer a Stingray. So it'll be interesting to see how both teams want to handle control of the tower.
Booyah's also pretty common for tower because it's just so good at getting people off at the end without having to rely on the fragility of Stingray.
Yes, the GG Booyah.
GG Booyah, not quite as much of a ring as the GG Ray.
Yeah. Brings back horrors of solo queue.
Although we are seeing a Booyah and a Ray come out from CIA here, which will be able to apply a lot of control. That is an all swim speed zap, which is an interesting thing to note.
An all swim speed zap. So I guess playing more as a Slayer instead of a support weapon.
Seems like it. Lappy does go down trying to flank right off the bat. The Zap and Gal are moving up into mid, taking out Snow. That is a 2v2 situation. Just Radish left on Junior. The Blaster here poking. Probably going to be able to get the pick. A jump in, going to go down. And this is going to be a very strong opening push from CIA. Able to really get a lot more map control than they have been getting. Able to really open up some space for them to move in here. The Blaster's doing a great job locking down that left area. A good attempt at a flank from the 52 there, although they do go down to the Neo Splash.
Nala's trying to flank from the left side, but they weren't able to get it, but the tower does seem to be going back to the center, and so maybe illumineye can get some map control and start their push soon.
Seems like they should be able to. They've got a couple jump-ins. The other team's just not responding, although the K-Gal is pushing up, and there is a lot of pressure being applied to tower, and Radish does go down. They are building up specials here to try and push out this Nautilus, able to get them, and the T-Tech's the last, I think, on respawn, actually. And so the Blaster's really just going to be able to move up here with the paint control CIA is starting to get.
Yeah. Don't see a lot of custom blasters, but I do love to see them be played.
Absolutely. An interesting thing to note about illumineye's comp here is the double inkjet, not something very commonly seen anymore.
No, not at all. A lot of times nowadays you need armor to run inkjet effectively, but I guess with the amount they have, they can just keep popping them out.
That is the advantage for Junior. 2 down here on the side of CIA as illumineye is pushing back up, playing slowly and carefully, making sure that they're able to get their picks and not just rushing in. And they managed to get CIA into just a situation where they're all on respawn and they're able to regain mid here. Although they did get a push all the way to 38, which gives them a decent advantage.
Yeah. Illumineye's going to want to take control. They're going to have to get all the way through the second checkpoint on this map. That means pushing all the way past Snipe.
Which will be rough to do with the Blaster if the Blaster manages to stay up, although they are losing a lot of that paint control they had. The Sea-Jet's jumping out to right here. Although there is an Inkjet out on the side of Illumineye, which takes out the Zap right as they were about to get armor.
Absolutely. And it looks like Illumineye's going to start their push now by trying to fight the Sea Blaster in trades.
And there is a Ray out here, so they're not really able to push tower, as Snow tries to pick off this Ray and just quite can't, and the Zap does take them out for overextending.
Nala's trying to get control of CIA's Snipe, but falls back to guard the right entrance.
Gal takes out 2.
And Lappy's like, I'm out of here.
And they are moving up to mid, regaining that map control. The Gal is currently riding tower, has the Booyah at the ready, able to really just apply a lot of pressure here, able to hold space for essentially as long as they want. And there is a Booyah and a Ray coming out, applying a ton of pressure, although there is armor and Inkjet ready on the side of Illumineye.
Yeah. There's 2 minutes left of this match, and the Sea Blaster on CIA already has 11 kills. They're absolutely fragging out.
They are. They have been really up and they've been spacing themselves really well and just making sure that they're able to get the picks they need. Able to get a couple more right there. Yeah.
Looks like they might go down here. Junior.
They might. It looks like they're able to outmaneuver for now because their team has been able to hold enough map control, not quite able to jump out, but really stalled out that fight, giving their teammates time to respawn and regain some control. And we are seeing a bomb rush coming out here from Illumineye, really just trying to get any pressure they can going forward, getting some paint down so the Blaster can't just have the free range they've been having.
Absolutely. With that Jet on the other team, you're going to definitely have to make sure to control Snipe before they're able to push the tower past. The Blaster trying to get a kill on the tower, but misses.
Yeah, the Booyah Bomb comes out, taking out just 1. Although there are now 3 down on the side of Illumineye, really allowing them to just continue this, shutting down Illumineye's push completely as they are able to regain mid here. There are only 30 seconds left in this game.
Great. But CI holds a decisive lead still. Illumineye's going to have to think of something quick. But that is 1 down on CI, 2 down on CI. Illumineye's going to be able to start their push right now with 2 specials up, both on the Octashot and the Splash. They Jet is popped, and Lappy does get 1 with it. And almost, and the Gal does on another.
Oh, and does get... Yeah, that is two down on the side of CIA. They are trying to get this locked down. They have that Inkjet out. Their points are going down pretty quickly, and CIA is just feeding in. They don't have time to get specials.
They try to dive the tower. You got to get on that tower right now.
And they are almost able to. And they managed it. An awesome play there from the Sea-Jet at the end, managing to get the pick and somehow force the other member of Illumineye on their off tower, able to get that win, able to turn it into a 2-1 situation rather than a 3-0.
Absolutely. When that Jet Skull tried to climb that tower and fight close range, my heart sunk, but they did it.
They did pull it off, absolutely. A really great set there from Illumineye and CIA.
Absolutely, and I believe with this set, that is the end of Swiss, and we will be heading to Top Cut soon. But first, there are a few highlights here. Illumineye's completely hold out on Zone's match.
Yeah, they did just have 100-0 hold here. Not something that you see very often at all. Really rendering their own LDE they run useless.
Absolutely. And how can we forget this amazing first push from Illumineye with the Rainmaker?
Yeah, they were really good at locking down space and just maintaining their hold as they went through this map.
Absolutely. Actually, I don't even think it was the first push. It was a complete push, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah. The quickest game mode. I have Snow trying to get this fall off. But CIA just sandwiching them between a shooter and a suction bomb.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And now we will head to a break, quick break before we get into Top Cut, and we will see you soon. Hello everyone and welcome back to first round top cut of the second invitational of Little Squid League. Again, I am Seekin and I am joined again by Nox.
Hi. This round we have Ink Bashers versus Up the Ante.
Ooh, man, both of these teams just take me back thinking to like a year ago when I joined back in competitive Splatoon to a bunch of new faces.
Yeah, it was a lot of new faces for you. Our first map mode is Zones Inkblot. A very, like, arguably one of the best balanced map modes in the game.
I'm not sure if I would say about balance, but definitely fun. If you get up into their plat during splat zones, you can lock them out.
Very true. It is a very interesting map where, like, it'll be interesting to see what people choose to pull out here.
Absolutely. As a dually player myself, I absolutely love playing Tetris and zooming up to the plat once we've capped the zone, but there are definitely a lot of options here. I've seen a lot of people run long-range chargers or Hydra Splatling up in that top right nook where you can just rain down onto the zone.
Yeah, you can apply a lot of consistent pressure from there.
Yeah, and even if you don't want to go up onto plat, just consistent bomb pressure from a junior or some sort of bomb rush weapon can also suffice.
Yeah, Bomb Rush is really good at forcing people to scatter here, especially if you're using it in tandem with with Tenta missiles. Ooh.
Or any other special. I can't imagine having to fight both a Bomb Rush and a Inkjet at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. Bomb Rush is so good for clearing out that plat area.
Mm-hmm. Well, except maybe if you're playing like Tetradors and you have Auto Bomb Rush. Well, that was a choice you made. All right, and here we go. Started with round 1.
And we are seeing
goalies.
double Lugas coming out, which is a very fun choice.
Yeah, absolutely.
We are also seeing a Blob and Squiffer from Up the Ante. Not weapons that you see a ton of, and we are seeing all LDE on the side of Up the Ante, and only one player without it for Ink Bashers.
Yeah. That was a previous Slosher man bringing out that Blobber to show the world.
And Toes already has that Bomb Rush ready, able to just pop it and start applying a lot of pressure to the zone here as the CDS from the other team just respawned. Inkjet and Armor out. Inkjet ready on the side of Up the Ante, along with Armor being out, and there goes the Inkjet. And they're able to just really apply a lot of pressure to these dualies over here on left.
Absolutely. But the zone is still being contested, and Up the Ante takes it.
And the Glue pops over, trying to really apply some pressure over here. Not able to get a pick with it, but does force some players to scatter.
Absolutely. Toes is just raining down bubbles from the plat area, but it looks like the K-Shot tried to dive him, but was swiftly taken out.
Just the Gluga and the Zap up, and the Zap is probably going to want to hold that armor until the rest of their team respawns.
Absolutely. Ooh, let me get shot from the side. They have to watch out for those Glugas.
Absolutely.
Looks like they are gonna. Ooh.
Lugas does go down there, although it is just the gal left on the side of Up the Ante, and they are jumping out here to just try and stay alive and get that armor a little bit faster for their next push. Because armor is their main special to push in.
Absolutely. Doesn't look like Ink Bashers is too keen on going up to plat so quickly. It looks like he's gonna stay back a bit and maybe throw some bombs up onto the plat.
And that is all specials ready from Up the Ante, and they are all getting popped as missiles come out from Ink Bashers here, and they are all trying to move up. The gal does go down already, and it is just the try and the blob left for Up the Ante.
Absolutely, that's 2 down and Up the Ante. Ink Basher's still gonna hold the zone for now. Glugas does have Baller ready along with Nzap's armor.
Yeah, and right now, all Ink Bashers really needs to do is try and stall out the zone, although the Swiffer does flank and manage to get a pick. It does look like they might go down here to this K-Shot, though. Not quite yet, but they aren't able to paint the zone like that, and it is just the blob up. All Ink Bashers needs to do is hold zone, and they are able to.
And that's the one thing Inkjet can't do. It can't paint. If you pop that and you see the zone still ticking down, then you don't really have a lot of options.
No, it's notoriously not the best at painting zone.
With that, Ink Bashers takes the first game. Garrett with 7 kills still. A great performance from both teams.
Absolutely. Up next, we have Clamblit's Humpback Pump Track. A very interesting map mode.
What a confusing map mode, I must say. I've played on this map probably hundreds of times in my life, and I still don't know what to do for half of it. Do I push center? Do I try to flank on left? Do I flank through street? It's almost like too many options and you get paralyzed.
All about noticing where the gaps are in their defense. If you can find a place that they have managed, if you can manage to find a place that they have left exposed, you can just sneak in. And oftentimes, if you can manage to get one or two of them down, you can get an insane push off of that. It's a map where it's because it's such a small map, the clams are usually spawned close enough to basket that you can keep it open for a long time if you can manage to keep a couple of them down.
Absolutely. And if a offending team gets a power clam in, just what a terrible time it is trying to defend that basket from getting more clams in. Because once you drop, you're almost like...
If you drop, you're most likely going down. You're not gonna stay alive there. You're not gonna manage to get your special, probably. And with how this game is played right now, specials are just so vital to play around.
Yeah. Absolutely. It will be interesting to see what Ink Bashers run here, though, because I've had experience playing both DS and Glugas here, and I don't think either of them work that well on home deck, except in the street area.
Yeah, it is an interesting map for dualies, for sure. And it looks like we are going into the game here. And we are seeing a Squeezer come out, always a fun weapon to see, and a Forge Pro out of Up the Ante.
Yeah, looks like Lumi's sticking with the Gluga Decos, and I'm excited to see what they can do with those. And so we enter the neutral, both teams trying to get some paint, maybe a few clams.
And the
but that is one down from Up the Ante.
Down. And we are seeing this K-Shot here, focusing on getting missiles, really wanting to set up for this first push, as they are already up to 15 clams, and now they have a power. They are able to take out one more. The Squiffer is cornered there, not able to do a ton, as they have to try and move in through this rain, but they can't quite manage it. It is just the blob left now, though. They should be able to get this power in and take out the blob. The try just respawned, and that is going to be a lot of points on the side of Ink Bashers, as everyone has to rush in.
Absolutely. The counter is already halfway down for Ink Bashers. Up the Ante is going to have to think of something quick.
Absolutely. And they are really just taking away at points here, just trying to get a few more clams in. It is a 2v2 situation here. The Gluga is able to apply a lot of pressure, and the K-Shot trying to flank, although they might jump out here, seeing that they're the last. No, it looks like they are just backing up into mid. They do jump out.
Yes.
Yes.
Push down to 40 by Ink Bashers. Great push.
Absolutely. A very strong opening push. Good use of those bubbles, and a great use of missiles to just really control space.
Absolutely, but looks like Ink Basher's going to have to be on the defensive now, because Up the Ante has something up their sleeves. It looks like an Ink Storm and a Bubble Blower.
Although two do go down. That is 2 down on the side of Ink Bashers. It is a 3v2 situation, and in the Forge and Try are trying to fight something out in mid, and just not really able to find anything, as the Glugas and Squeezer just are keeping them at range. That is a good trade there from the Decos and the Pro, I believe.
Absolutely. With Ink Bashers both having the Gluga and the Squeezer, you can just get laser from so much further away than you're expecting.
Especially on such a tight, constrained map like this. Although Up the Ante having a Try and a Blob here is very intimidating, because both of those weapons apply so much pressure over ledges, which is so important on this map. And now we are seeing the Inkjet come out, applying a lot of pressure to the Zap here, managing to find them, bubbles coming out, managing to get the Glugas.
That is the Inkjet.
Yes. And now the bubbles are coming out from the Squeezer, managing to get one. But this can still be a good push for Up the Ante here, as the Blob has 9 clams and they manage to get a power in. Toes is tossing in those 9 clams, not quite able to get a ton in. Juice Knox does go down. And it looks like that is map control back in the favor of Ink Bashers. Only a push to 71, not really what you want to see out of your first push 3 minutes in.
Absolutely, and with that, Ink Bashers does have a power clam or a pity clam they can rely on. Plus, I believe they just made one right now, so this could be a huge, almost game-ending push if Up the Ante allows Ink Bashers to throw the power.
And they are using bubbles to get in there. Forge Pro has gone down, and that is a clam in the basket, and they're using those bubbles to protect themselves as they throw clams, and not able to get a ton in yet, though. The Gluga trying to find a pick here on the Try, not able to. K-Shot managing to get a pick on the Squiffer, and the Try. A really good defensive hold there in mid from the K-Shot after realizing that the rest of their teammates gone down, and that was almost a quad from them.
Yeah, great performance. Looks like Lumi's using some bubbles to try and save themselves, but it doesn't work out.
Yeah, not quite working, which is unfortunate because they really need to get some stuff set up, and Ink Bashers just tries to run away with it.
And they get it.
And they are managing to get a few more clams, and that is a full wipe on the side of Ink Bashers, though. This is Up the Ante's chance to regain mid-control and really set up for a big push here. They have armor ready. They need more specials, and they nearly have a few online.
Yeah, they're about to have bubbles. They just got Inkjet. They pop both Inkjet and Ink Armor for a push.
The Inkjet does instantly go down, though. They do have these bubbles at the ready, though, that can apply a ton of pressure.
It's like Lemon's thinking right here how they're going to approach this, because they definitely see someone behind that hump on the left.
And the answer is with bubbles.
Yeah,
Can't go wrong with
absolutely.
bubbles.
Up the ante down to 45. Just need a few more power clams to take the lead, but Garrett's only one up, and they go down
bubbles
to bubbles.
do take out. And the Squeezers bubbles take out a good number of their players. As the Squeezer is pushed up in mid, really holding down that right window area, making sure they try and have bubbles again for this last push. The K-Shot has missiles ready, but they are the only one with special.
Absolutely.
And a clam has died. And Up the Ante's about to have a clam to try and make this one last push that they're going to have time for. They have Rain ready. They have Inkjet ready, and Inkjet has been popped, armor has been popped, and they are trying to make a move here. Juice Knock's really pushing up in mid.
Oh, almost goes down to a suction bomb.
And the Inkjet has gone down. Bubbles do allow them to get the power in after missing. But they don't have enough clams to make this happen. The Blob is doing what they can to hold down this area, but they just can't get any clams in, and that is going to be game.
Oh man, I always forget about clams. What a stressful mode it can be to watch sometimes. It's just back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, it's a very intense mode where just any mistake can cost you so much.
Absolutely.
Ink Bashers did a great job of really applying pressure there, taking advantage of the fact that they had so much range to work with.
Absolutely, they were just able to say, hey, Up the Ante, just stay back a little bit. We're gonna go to the firing range for a bit.
And up next we have TC Mako. A very interesting map. It'll be interesting to see if the Glugas player sticks Glugas for it.
Yeah. It's a map to be sure. I have my own opinions on it, but I believe most people think this is a pretty decent map. So
it's a map that heavily favors aggression, and that Try and Blob, if they keep running with those, will have a pretty decent time here hitting over ledges and such.
Absolutely, just both of those stacks on the left and right side. If you're a slosher, just
free real estate.
Jump back to spawn. Try again. Do not collect $200.
This is for the sloshers, actually.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a fast-paced map that can go so quickly for TC. And it looks.
Oh, looks like we get the scoreboard here for a bit.
Yeah.
Squid Killers 2-0 against Wiggly Phantoms, and Vaporwave 2-0 against illumineye. Other than that, no matches have been reported.
And we are going into TC Mako, a very quick-paced map where we're using specials at the right time. That is quad missile. Oh dear.
That is quad missile. Is that 3 K-shots?
That is 3 K-shots. Up the Ante is in for a rough time here. Yeah, that's a lot of K-shots. The slosher managing to take out some long up the Crapid.
Oh my god. Anyway, Up the Ante gets first control of the tower.
And we are seeing missiles out yet again. I think I'm just not going to talk about the missiles. I think there's too many of them to point out when they happen.
But that's 2 down on Ink Bashers already. This is a great push starting off from Up the Ante. Already down to 50.
Yeah, and we are seeing good use of specials here from Up the Ante. Armor coming out. The Blob is really trying to move forward. They're not quite able to hold that position. It is just the Rapid and the Try left.
Absolutely. Looks like Ink Bashers trying to get some turf control back.
Garrett looking for some picks here on this block. Not quite able to find them. People staying just out of range.
Absolutely. Garrett's gonna have to keep these K shots away at bay with their range if they want a chance.
Yeah, for sure. It's just a rough thing for Crapid and Blob and Swiffer to have to deal with that many missiles. Like, they have paint to move around, but it's really rough to have to maintain that level of movement with those weapons.
Absolutely.
They're managing it, though. They're managing to use their specials wisely. They're holding spaces really well. That's a good use of Baller there to get over to that checkpoint. Not quite able to hold it, but managing to push back to that point, which stalls the other team. And the Rapid's doing a great job. The Rapid and Tri are doing a great job poking that left ledge there.
Looks like Up the Ante still being able to hold and stall the tower for now. And Crasher's having a hard way to get in despite the 4 missiles they have. But 1 down on Up the Ante, 2 down. It looks like Invitational is going to have a chance to push now.
Yeah, it seems like they are finally able to get a little bit of ground here, but then 2 go down and they're forced to back up yet again. Although this K-Shot is trying to sit here on this right stack, trying to wait for the right opportunity.
They don't get it.
Not able to find anyone though.
And with this Up the Ante,
and we see the Cry Slosher hopping on tower now, trying to... Yeah, and we are seeing this Blob here being a real nuisance over on left, switching tower for the Tri, allowing the Tri to move up a little bit more. And it's the Inkjet comes out from Garrett, and they are just doing everything they can to try and get through this checkpoint. They have popped every special they've got. The Tri has gone down, but they might be able to get this if they move right. Although Toes has had to get off to deal with a K-Shot. One of many. Blob managing to find 2.
That was a very impressive
Excellent ricochet there. There is still that Jet Sculpture over on right that they're going to have to contend with, but they are being pushed down by Rain. And the Blob and Toes is just having a great time over here, applying a ton of pressure. You can see the thermal ink there from the Blob Lobber showing them where the jet is through those walls.
Oh, this
does go down to a suction bomb. I will point out that the K-Shots, if they are running LDE, will be at near full LDE right now, which is a bit of a nuisance.
So many suction bombs.
Just a few. The Blob over here forcing this K-Shot to back off as they are in another bad situation. They just keep going down. Not really able to hold any space as Up the Ante has been able to hold so much more map control.
Absolutely. Ink Basher's having trouble finding kills that aren't trades to keep the push going.
They are starting to get through this first checkpoint here. That is a good start for them. Missiles have come out. The Swiffer is down, but Rain is out here again from Up the Ante, forcing them into awkward positions. Tri able to find a pick. Blob able to find a pick because of it. Really pushing this Jet here, able to find them. Toes just really having a great time with this Blob tonight.
Absolutely. And almost gets 2 there, but was picked off by one of the K-Shots.
But it did stall them long enough for the rest of their teammates to try and get set up in better positions, although missiles have come out again, forcing them out of them. They are getting close to armor. They're starting to get... Oh, their armor has gone down, which is unfortunate. Although the Rapid here... Never mind.
Oh, this isn't looking good. 2 down on Up the Ante. That's going to reset their special meter, too.
It will, which is always unfortunate. And it is just the Swiffer and Blob right now. Yeah. They do manage to find 2. Incredible, able to reset that checkpoint. Just 1 K-Shot left.
That's 3 down right there.
Back off as Juice Knox forces them into a corner, able to really get a lot of pressure. That K-Shot did try to jump in, but not able to do a ton with it. Just 9 seconds left. K-Shot has to rush the tower.
But they can't. This looks like it's going to be Up the Ante's game.
An incredible game here from Up the Ante, having to contend with a very interesting comp.
Absolutely. That almost felt like a Fable, or like a, at that point, just don't ever go quad missile, or you'll get your reckoning. But it's not over yet. It's still a best of 5. So first to 3 points win. So Up the Ante trying to go for the reverse sweep here, but will they be able to do it?
Hopefully.
So it's very exciting seeing a reverse sweep.
And next up we've got Rainmaker's Mapper. A Rainmaker map where pop matters a lot less than in other maps.
Yeah, no special charge from it, absolutely. And
you're probably not going to get a pick with it. Like, most of the time, you're just not going to quite manage that.
Absolutely, unless you're just a dapple or something, maybe a sploosh, and you get just suction bombed. But other than that,
yeah. Teams are likely to focus a lot less on pop here. It's not uncommon for the Rainmaker there to not get popped until the first team really starts pushing.
And then you have to contend with 2 popular ways to push the Rainmaker, either the street or the left side. I guess you could technically take it through on Inkable too, but I don't think I've ever seen a team do that with a Rainmaker.
Seen it once. It wasn't great for the team that tried it.
Absolutely.
Having to run over an uninkable surface with the Rainmaker, where the other option is falling off a ledge, not ideal, really.
Especially with that overlook right there, where you can just, just shoot them down easily. You can't swim.
Yeah. Like, it's in theory a way you can take the Rainmaker. Not the ideal way to take it usually, though. Though it can be a good place to stall the Rainmaker for a few seconds as you wait for people to respawn or something.
As a junior player, though, Nox, I do wonder, how important do you think bombs are on Snapper Canal compared to the other maps in Splatoon 2?
I think bombs are so good on Snapper Canal. This is the map where I've gotten by far the most, like, bomb doubles and triples. Like, things just happen here with bombs sometimes. They are very funny. I think Blobs has a similar effect here of just there are such narrow passageways and you're just able to apply so much pressure. And we are seeing the Blob out again from Toes. We are seeing the Squiffer again, and we are seeing a Sploosh come out, and we are seeing a Vanilla Charger come out from Ink Bashers. Not a common pick at all.
A Vanilla Charger and V Glugas. Very interesting team comps all around. I'm very enthralled of the combat we are about to see.
Mm-hmm.
Jump out from Up
and
the
we do see a jump out already.
Absolutely.
Blob over here trying to hold space as they are getting pushed pretty heavily. And Ink Bashers is choosing to take it on through the hill here rather than going through Street. A smart choice. Street was being pretty heavily watched, although there are now 2 down, so they're just going to have to
wipe on Ink Bashers.
Manage to take them out. And this can be a huge push here. They can probably rush Street. They don't have anyone grabbing it, though.
Yeah.
That's going to really slow down their push.
Looks like Garrett's going to be the Rainmaker holder for now. I think that
it looks like they are going to left hill with that Rainmaker, trying to outrun the raid, not quite able to. A 2v3 situation as Juicenox is very pushed up there, leaving the Blob alone. And Juicenox is last, really having to do what they can to try and stop this Rainmaker. Probably not going to be able to catch up as the Glugas pushes them, though. They do manage to get the pick, but the Rainmaker has managed to get all the way to 35. And we are seeing a pop there from Up the Ante as they just go for the reset here. They are just trying to get it. Oh, not the reset. Just going to drop it on left, it looks like. But they are doing everything they can to get it out of their space and really just force them back. Inkjet coming out there from the Glugas. Can't tell if they've managed to find anyone. Hammer doesn't really manage to. Rainmaker trying to move forward on left here, having to wait for their teammates, but their teamates have all gone down, and they are going to go down too.
Absolutely. This is Ink Basher's chance to even more of a lead past 35. Let's see, which way are they going to push it, though?
Looks like they are going to go for...
Are they taking it on Inkable? Oh my god.
Taking it on Inkable.
But they missed.
They do miss the jump. The Charger has pushed up there, really trying to force out everyone. The Gluga does go down. Blob is sitting there waiting, being pushed back pretty heavily by the Rainmaker and Charger, though. Not quite able to find anyone. Hammer does come out, managing to take out the Rainmaker. Forcing the Charger back here. Probably gonna manage to get the Gluga here. Maybe not quite finding it.
Oh no, not the roll on the super jump in.
The Rainmaker is back here on left hill. And they are forcing a lot of space, but the Gluga's mines are being quite a nuisance to the Rainmaker. Not able to find anyone. Toes managing to get a great ricochet pick there. Going to the side of Up the Ante again, as they're just trying to set up here, trying to find space, trying to find openings to get their teammate in with the Rainmaker. They're going to have a hard time finding it, though, as Armor and Ray have been popped on the side of Ink Bashers.
Yeah. Sploosh tries to him, but is taken down. That's 3 down on Up the Ante, 2 down on Ink Bashers. Looks like the push is going to be done for now.
Up the end, Ink Bashers is choosing not to focus a lot of time painting up in mid, instead just trying to get it over to that right, get it over to the other hill again. Applying a lot of pressure to the Sploosh here, but the Sploosh's movement really showing itself beautifully there for a second.
They're on Up the Ante's hill right now, going for a further push, but there might be a flank through mid. Yes, it's a tri-slasher, but the Rainmaker does get them.
And there is a Blob set up down there, and an Inkjet coming out, trying to really force this Rainmaker out. Not quite able to, though. This is such a great spot to just stall the Rainmaker, although the Sploosh does manage to get in and get them. They are probably going to get dropped from the Uninkable fairly soon, as Up the Ante is locking out that area, using that hammer to really clear out that space. It seems like they might be trying to set up a push to the street. Sploosh managing to find a trade there, pretty solid.
And that's 3 down on Ink Bashers. Up the Ante can still continue their push. but they're gonna have to be very careful about it.
There. Yeah, Blob applying a lot of pressure to this charger here, forcing them to move. There is a chance that Up the Ante could get lead here. They do have a solution. They can get this pop, getting the blue pop. They are holding forward. They managed to get lead. This could be a KO, and they might be able to. Not quite. Sploosh is still there though, and Sploosh can pop Rainmaker Shield like nothing else. They might have to back off from that section. Yeah. They do apply a lot of pressure there. They just need to hold lead now. If they get their specials ready, they can really just stall it out here. They don't need to do anything drastic. They have a push to 5, which for this map is fantastic. It gets them past that very annoying ramp that causes so many problems, and Blob is so good at holding that ramp area.
Absolutely. But gosh, the map was so purple just 5 seconds ago, but it's quickly turning to Ink Basher's favor.
I'm managing to find a great pick there. Does go down in the process. Just the Slosher and Swiffer, just the Blob and Swiffer right now as they're looking for this pick. Inkjet coming out to try and get this Rainmaker, not quite able to find it, jumps into the Rainmaker.
Rainmaker's in the rain. Gonna have to watch out. And with 2 seconds left, this is gonna be the final push Ink Basher to get the lead past 5.
It's gonna be rough to do. They don't have a lot of time left on Rainmaker to do it. Not that we can see the timer, but they've been holding it for a minute here. Yeah, they have 13.
They have 10 seconds. They're gonna have to go.
They can't hesitate, and that results in them having to rush into the try where they didn't have an option to really try and go around it. And we are going into a game 5 here in round 1 of Top Cut.
Absolutely, and this is incredible. The Ink Bashers were just so dominant those first 2 games, but Up the Ante's like, you know what? We can take you on.
Maybe don't run quad missiles against us. Maybe that's a little annoying.
Oh, I just realized the Ink Basher's profile picture has 4 Tenta missiles in it.
It sure does. Up next, we've got the Reef Zones. A map where holding that middle bridge is just so important.
Absolutely. It's a great map all around. Holding the bridge just gives you a whole wide view of almost the entire part of the map that matters around those zones. So unless they're directly underneath you in bridge, you can basically see everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Blob can hold that bridge so well as long as they don't get flanked.
For real, it's just I remember this being the first map I ever played Splatoon 2 on because it was in the test fire, and it's just so emblematic of the game, and just it really just feels like the Splatoon 2 map.
Okay, see that.
And yeah, it's just
the trees do get in the way sometimes. The trees have been known to cause issues.
Yes, good old trees on the reef. Oh, what was that? Was that super jump?
It was either super jump or it was oh, I know what this is. Oh, it's the words are escaping me. It's the tassel. It was either that or tassel.
Gotcha. You definitely have to watch out for natural foliage on the reef.
Inklings have a hard time with trees. A little bit confusing.
Yeah, for sure. It's just never know. And here we go. Absolutely. And here we are, game 5.
And we are seeing a Hydro come out. Really gonna force that Swiffer and that Blob to have to move around more carefully, because Hydra does just eliminate everything in its sight.
Absolutely. Up the Ante might have to play a bit more aggressive than usual to have to deal with that Hydra. And the Hydra takes 1.
They're really pushing that Blob on bridge, forcing them to back up into their other teammates, applying a ton of pressure here. They already have capped zone. Blob is able to get out range.
This Hydra's in their spot almost.
Yeah, the Hydra's pushed up very far, and they do get punished for it there by that 96 gal. Swiffer managing to get out an Inkjet. Up the Ante managing to cap zone. They do have an armor ready. They're probably trying to hold it until everybody's up, though, because armors are not something 96 gal gets as fast as something as a Zapper Jr.
Absolutely not. Google's trying to get the kill on the Blob over here. But they're lobbing a little too many blobs. They get out, and zone is under contest right now. But Gugas does get the Blob. They just come back for vengeance.
And the Swiffer going for the blue gun, not able to get it. This is going to be a decent push here if they can manage to get set up. I'm surprised the Hydra's not already on bridge, because that's such a great spot for them. There they are. They're probably going to work on armor here because this is a double armor comp out of Ink Bashers, allowing them a lot of aggression from that K-shotting Gluga.
Absolutely.
Inkjet
tries to go
coming out here, managing to get the Gluga, pushing towards bridge, forcing that Hydra to drop, and really just trying to get some paint onto that zone as they so desperately need. Hydra's still by bridge.
Absolutely.
Nobody's quite been able to take out that Hydra yet.
Armor pops it.
And that is just 30 ticks left there for Ink Bashers.
Yeah.
As it's a 2v2 situation, Blob and Gal versus a Hydra. Hydra placing mines in that zone, really trying to stall it. And Up the Ante's having such a hard time neutraling here and just holding this neutral. It's going to be a nightmare for them to cap, although the rain is allowing them a lot more space to try and move in with. Able to keep holding this neutral. Squiffer trying to paint over that block. Managing to get a pick. They managed to cap. Able to get penalty there. And they're just really going to have to try and hold this, as the Zap is backed up with armor ready already. So they need to be ready to hold their own against an armored push.
Absolutely. They're going to have to try and hold that Hydra at bay. So they're just going to keep picking them off from long ranges they can't even deal with.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like
the Gluga's pushing in through right, using those missiles to their advantage. As two go in that way, managing to take out the try. Blob is being a nuisance to the Zap on left. Probably not going to be able to get the pick, though. Not able to. Zap does manage to get them. And that is zoned back over to Ink Bashers in a 3v3 situation. Although Lemon managing to get some picks here, really trying to get this Hydra.
Ooh,
able to find it. That
Lemon.
is 4 down on the side of Ink Bashers.
Let's go.
And that's going to open up a lot of space. They are moving up into that street. They are trying to gather as much space as they can. They do have a lot of range to work with. Not that Ink Bashers don't. But both teams are running a decent bit of range, able to apply more pressure from a distance. Great bomb pick from Juice Knox there. Noticing that they were in front of that wall. Almost rain ready, which they're probably going to use down this street. And they do. That is 2 rains out.
They're going to have to get out.
They are. Luga looks like they're going over towards left. Probably going to try and drop over there, but it looks like Up the Ante has already noticed that and called that out. Able to apply a lot of pressure over those ledges with the blob. Armor coming out, just 23 seconds. Up the Ante just really needs to focus on paint here as the baller rushes into the zone. Able to neutral. Not quite able to cap.
And there we go.
The Ante can still win this, but it's going to be a rough time getting back into that zone. Their comp likes being set up and has a harder time getting back in.
Absolutely. With that Hydra, it just makes it almost so hard to just push back in if you just have
especially without any missiles, but they're using the rain in the way other teams use missiles a lot of the time.
Absolutely. We have the Squiffer messing around with the Glugas for a bit, but they weren't able to pick them off. Gluga's now painting the zone from Up the Ante side.
Being forced to back off there as 3 are on that side. Looks like the Inkjet's coming out. They're not able to find the pick they needed. Luga does use Baller again, and managing to survive the blob. And there are 2 pushing it's a 2v2 over here, and they are going down. It is just the 96 gal who is managing to find the picks. Not quite against the Luga, though. And it is just the Hydra
down on Ink Bashers, so it looks like Up the Ante is going to get a chance to recapture zone real quick.
This is going to be one of their last chances.
Ooh, but the Hydra picks off Garrett.
The Hydra's just over here holding a lot of space. The wall getting in their way for a second. Not able to do enough, though. Blob is pushing up. Hopefully going to be able to find this Hydra. Not able to as they get pushed by the Hydra and Gluga at the same time. And that Hydra has armor ready. Up the Ante's going to have to try and rush this.
Absolutely.
They don't have time to get specials.
Terrible to cap, but it looks like no one can get in.
And the Blob is last up, not able to get in. And that is game to Ink Bashers. Yeah. A great set. So close.
Yeah, absolutely. I do believe that... I don't want to stretch my words here, but I do believe that Hydra might have just won them the entire set.
The Hydra being able to keep all of them out of spaces for so long definitely contributed a lot to that set.
Absolutely. And wow, up to game 5. What a great first set to watch of Top Cut.
Absolutely.
And with that, I believe we will be taking a break before second round of Top Cut. I have been Sequent Streams, and this has been Nox Raven, and thank you for watching. And welcome back to Little Squid League, our second invitational. We're going to be taking you the rest of your way. My name's Nito. Alongside me is Silver. Say hello, Silver.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us.
And here we are in semifinals in what has been an absolutely thrilling tournament. It's Legato versus Squid Killers. Now, I think both of these teams are absolutely spectacular. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I think you guys are in for a treat here. Legato going to second overall in Ludi Season 12 in Div 6 and had a great alpha run last month's Low Ink. And Squid Killers, on the other hand, doing second in Ludi Season 12 in Div 7. I think they're a rising team. What do you think, Silver?
Yeah, it's definitely rising. I've definitely heard a lot about Legato, as you mentioned, the alpha run, and overall just been carrying no momentum from their Ludi season. I think they're gonna be a great match.
Absolutely. As we're going to head into the first match, Splat Zones on Skipper Pavilion. It's going to be Legato in the yellow, Squid Killers in the blue, Legato opting for the K-Gal, the Flings of Zap, and a Squeezer. And on the side, Squid Killers, we've got a Knot, K-Shot, Custom Dualies, and a Junior.
Yep. Already seen one go down. Is that? The Nautilus has gone down already. That's DC just right.
Oh, wow. That is not even 30 seconds into the match, and we already have a DC. Ladies and gentlemen, check your Ethernet ports. We don't want to see this happening again. I'm just kidding, but that was very interesting. But we got a little preview in the team comps. We saw a K-Gal and Zap. It's K-Gal, Zap, Squeezer, and Flings are coming out from Legato. A very meta favorite comp if you've been keeping up with the meta. But I think Squid Killers is opting for something that kind of separates itself from the meta. But you know, I think we've seen Squid Killers work with that kind of comp before, and I think it could work well for them.
This might be a changing map, or because on the stream it says Wahoo, and then but I think we just saw Skipper.
Yes, we did see zones on Skipper, and your eyes aren't mistaking you. It is zones on Wahoo. So we're gonna go ahead and get things fixed up real quick. But is there anything you want to say?
Oh, honestly, I think like one of the big things that we'll be seeing is that like Junior versus the Zap getting off like aggression for. Never mind, we are trading off aggression for like paint, like supporting your teammates and getting the paint onto the zone. And I think that will be a big deciding factor in this match.
Absolutely, you can see that Legato had really a lot of paint alone with the Zap and the K-Gal. The missiles are going to help a lot. And you've also got the Squeezer that's going to help with those pushes. It seems to be a popular choice in Skipper Pavilion, and I don't blame it at all. So, luckily, we've now got the right map list to look at. It is quarterfinals, and we're going to head straight into the match as it should have been. Legato versus Squid Killers in Splat Zones, Skipper Pavilion. Same comps as before, and it looks like Legato's in the green, and Squid Killers is in the purple.
Obviously seeing the same comps. Same sort of thing. The Gal just going up the top, throwing a wall down, and just trying to look at the people trying to go top and make it a bit annoying for them. So that.
Yep.
Specials pop now, and just the dualies do go down, and they have an armor ready, but they do decide to pop it. Another person goes down, so it might not be the most useful.
And it looks like Legato's going to take a commanding lead here at the start. Floop's trying to look for a pick there with the Knot. They're trying to get something going. Gets taken down by the Flingza, who gets the pick on the Knot. As I just mentioned, that was a bit redundant, but we're going to move on with it anyway. They've got 3 specials ready, and it looks like the missiles are going to come out on both sides. Bubble Blower coming out as well as they try to maintain the zone. And it looks like this may be the end of Legato's push.
Well, a really good push though. Pushing down to 24 is not an easy feat. Seeing this Junior just kind of just sitting here, just that's its home now. This one's just its home. He's ready to sit there. Oh, the wall, unfortunate placement. Definitely Squeezer there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And I think that's the one thing that prevents Splash Wall from being as popular as it could be, is that you could just throw a bomb in it. If someone's sitting right in front of it, well, that's it. Back to the drawing board for him. But it looks like Squid Killers is going to start creeping up on the lead, but it looks like especially going to come out from the side of Legato, and they get the zone back, get 2 down, 3 down, and it's going to go to a 3, and it looks like there's 2, they got a complete wipe on Squid Killers, and it looks like Legato are back into it.
It was a map there, getting the 2 trades was really, really key for them. slowing down those momentum there. Trying to figure out where do you want to push, because on this map you can push from the top of the map, or if you can push from the bottom of the map. It's a matter of difference, composition.
Well, it looks like
Fighting for life.
well, it looks like whichever way you look at it, it's not going to work out well for Squid Killers, because Legato takes game 1 at Scone Skipper. What were the keys to success here, Silver?
Honestly, just holding zone for honestly a really long time. Like, they got their first push down to 24, and that was already big for them. And then once they got in again, it was kind of over. They just held zone again. Because
Absolutely.
just find a way in.
It's just as simple as that, really. And I think there are some points where I saw Ink Bash, one of the, I think it was the dually sculptures from Ink Bashers trying to drop in. I think they're trying to go for another push, trying to see if they can sneak a pick in or two, but unfortunately, it looks like their Flingzo was just holding down the fort there up at top mid. They were doing a really good job there, waiting for those pushes, waiting to see who would drop in. And again, they just did a really good job, and I think that was a key instrument in Legato's little symphony of victory here, as I would say.
It's definitely seeing where people are going on that map can be really strong, because say if you see people pushing from top, you can just put all your resources up there and then it's trying to fight for control at that point.
Absolutely, and it looks like we're going to be heading into tower control at Ink Blight. Well, we're definitely going to be seeing those missiles again. I think they're a key part. They play a key role in both defense and offense, just waiting at the checkpoint, waiting to use those missiles. But I think we could very well see the same comps from both sides.
Completely agree. This Flingza, everything that they played fine on this map. Inkblot, honestly, a really balanced map in terms of run, because it's not too open, it's not too closed. There are like areas for every weapon to go to. Like there's ledges for like blasters and rollers. A lot of stuff to every weapon fun and viable.
It looks like we're going to be heading into game 2, which is actually Rainmaker on Sturgeon. It looks like I've gotten that wrong again. Or maybe we didn't get it wrong. I'm not sure. We're just going to be heading into the match. It's going to be Legato in the teal and Squid Killers in the purple. We get to see a Nautilus, Zap, K-Shot, and a Slosher. Slosher's a very popular pick on this, and I will fight anyone to the death over that. And on the side of Squid Killers, we see CDS, Flash.
On Squid Killers, we see 2 down.
Oh my goodness.
Just trying to take space here, just make sure no one's trying to climb back up. And enough, they're just pushing up.
Yeah, it looks like Legato's going straight to business there, going up to 25 points remaining. Squid Killers is going to try to pick it up back where Legato left it. The Nautilus having to back up because I don't think Nautilus is like 3v1s. I don't think anyone does, but
Charger with a lucky shot,
but it looks like they're going to be steading straight back into the neutral battle. Hippo looking for a pick, unfortunately doesn't get it. Astro was able to hold it down with the CDS. The Zap there looking in a bit of trouble. K-Shot there in a bit of trouble. And they go 3. Legato goes 3 down against Squid Killers, and it looks like this is where Squid Killers are going to start to find their footing. This is where they start finding a push to see what exactly they can do against this Legato team.
Astro is here just trying to like shark someone out. Deciding just to go top left, and Slosher is kind of just doing something now.
Well, the Slosher is doing just enough to keep him behind, and it looks like the K-Saw is going to get into a 3v1. very unfortunate for him, and it looks like Legato's gonna pick up where Squid Killer's left off at 69 points remaining. You can go ahead and fill the chat with nice, because I know it's a funny number, but
Yeah.
looks like looks like Squid Killer's gonna go 2 down. Technically 3 down, kind of delayed there, but looks like Legato's gonna go straight back to business.
Ooh, Astro, as we already stated, no one likes 3v1s, so they're not really liking that situation they were just in. Getting this kill though, nice little sneaky kill. Nautilus though, the extra range just barely just backing up and just shooting at that splash. Nothing they could really do.
Yeah, that was unfortunate,
That was
and
a crazy jump.
that was a great jump, absolutely.
Get ready though, see what they can do with the pop.
Fortunately, nothing they could do with the pop there, as Silver said. Looks like Legato's looking for another pick as they get picked by the K-Shot. K-Shot going for 2, gets 2, but unfortunately doesn't able to complete the triple as Slayer stays up with the zap. And it's 1 down on each side. A Armor comes out from the zap, and it looks like they're going to be heading into a neutral battle here. And I am getting word that this is the wrong map selected by the players, but the result from this game is going to stand as the result for game 2, so you know, it's still fun. I love watching Surge and Rainmaker, so win-win really.
Rainmaker is such a fast mode. I don't mind it. Person below, I don't even know how they got there.
A little sneaky beaky like, but it looks like they're not gonna be able to do much with that push there, unfortunately.
Splash is zooming a bit too fast. Walking right into the slot share, but it's alright.
2 down from both sides. Trades absolutely happening. So many trades. You'd think this is a Pokemon hangout, but it looks like you're gonna go 2 down. With both teams going 2 down, actually. As Squid Killers looks for a push, looks to get something to get themselves back into the lead, tied it up against Legato. After getting a bit of lag there from the splash, but it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah, it is what it is. Using the burst bomb to try to scout out areas, see if they're getting chip damage and knock an armor off or something.
Oh, a bit of against the Zap wins it, but unfortunately loses the battle against the Knot. And Legato could very well just take this and call it a day here, and they're gonna leave it at mid, and that's gonna be game 2 going towards Legato.
No one ready to grab it, so just chilling.
Absolutely, it seems to be an easy win against Legato. They took a really good. They were really commanding since from the beginning to the end, so I could definitely see this being a win from them. Unfortunately, Squid Killers wasn't able to find the answers to most of Legato's pushes, and while they did make a push themselves, it just unfortunately just wasn't enough for them to get the win against Legato.
I mean, Legato having that Nautilus, kind of just being able to just walk around and outrange basically all the Squid Killers teams is kind of a big problem. Like having the dually able to consistently get like picks on the Nautilus is a bit rough. And I think if the Killers maybe pick something that they could get that Nautilus out of there, whether it be like missiles or another weapon that outranges Nautilus, it could be a bit better for them.
So we're going to be heading into Rainmaker Black Belly. I can already tell. You can call it Spidey sense. You can call it whatever you want. I think Legato's definitely going for a slosher here, but overall, most of their comps look like they could fit very well in Rainmaker Black Belly. Black Belly being not exactly the people's favorite, but
it has become more common though. So
yeah,
that whether or not you like it, you gotta practice it. You gotta get ready.
Yeah, I mean, I personally like it. I'm a try main, so of course I'm gonna say I'm gonna like it, but
Yeah. I've been playing a whole lot of weapons recently, so I don't mind it. I've been playing like and just sloshers in general, so no, I don't mind it too much. Rainmaker back to that. Out of just one Rainmaker match, yeah, it's just well, can you adjust? And like more like extreme map, I guess, Rainmaker Black Belly. It's like you could get very quick KOs, but like there's also like very like strong with choke points that like you can hold really easily. Just like the little ramp on the left, and then like all of half pipe on right.
absolutely. And it looks like we're gonna head straight into Rainmaker Black Belly Game 3 of quarterfinals with Legato in teal and the Squid Killers in orange. We're gonna see most of the same from Legato, except with the Tri-Slosher coming out. And it looks like one goes down on Squid Killers, the Zap's going down. Squid Killers, by the way, running almost the exact, pretty much, I think it is the exact same comp as last time. So
looks like it. They're going 3 down though, and nothing really happening. They didn't try to pick up Rainmaker or anything, so.
Oh, and they get a piece ready. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, a double. Oh my god, huge. Oh wow.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. It looks like it looks like they're gonna have to play it on.
Are they actually playing? Oh.
I feel like they're playing through.
What's up?
I mean, they're only allowed one replay. They already used their one replay at Skipper Zone, so it looks like we're gonna be heading into.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like we're heading. It looks like we're heading for 3v1, 3v4 now. It's gonna be unfortunate for the side of Squid Killers, but if you're Legato, I wouldn't say this is an easy win just yet. Let's not count out Squid Killers, but I'm just saying the path to victory seems to be a lot more clear from here.
I love that. Gal just a bit too pushed up and not able to save the Rainmaker in time. Fortunately, going down after. If you're Legato here, you still need to like get a decent push. Like a 26 is not easy push by any means.
Oh, absolutely not. But it looks like Legato is going 2 down. We're in equal ground here against, and it looks like they're gonna get a bit more points on the board. Ooh, 18 remaining, really close. They can nearly taste the freaking pedestal. But it looks like they're gonna go 2 to 3 down. Well, they can only go 3 down at this point, but looks like we're gonna go straight back. Looks like Legato's gonna go straight back into it.
Legato opting to just let the Rainmaker reset on his own. About, I think 15 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. So it gives you a lot of time to just push up, get mid control, and then hopefully you can contest pop. And your number advantage, you hopefully get it. And if you don't have 4 bombs.
Well, it looks like Legato's gonna go up for the left route, and it looks like looks like the pass is pretty clear from going up to 50 remaining. Can they get more points on the board? It's a question. They get 2 down. Unfortunately, the Rainmaker goes down to a burst bomb from the splash. They get wiped by the Tri-Slosher. Now it's up to the Tri-Slosher to watch for those drops. And it looks like this may be Legato's lead here. Nope, Squid Killers is gonna give him a hard time, and they do get the Rainmaker with the suction bomb. They're gonna pick it right back up, and that's gonna be the lead for him. Can they get the win? Oh, 1 point remaining for Legato. Squid Killer says we're not going down without a fight, even if it's a 3-man fight instead of 4.
Squid Killers here is just kind of scary now because you just had the lead and now you have to basically just KO. You do have to KO 3v4 situation, so it's not looking great. But Wyatt could mean the end for Legato's. I guess.
Well,
Kind of
certainly
related to it.
looks like Legato's got a hold of this. We still can't count out Squid Killers just yet, but it's not looking good for them. I take a Magic 8 Ball, I ask how Squid Killer's doing right now, they're gonna say, outlook not so good. But
Not great.
there goes to 2 down from Squid Killers. Star Slasher getting back, doing most of the handiwork for Legato. Legato looking to close it out right now with 35 seconds remaining.
And Legato, well, 3-2 down. I'm not sure what to say.
Well, let's just. Well, you can at least you can say it's left. This game's left you speechless.
True.
But yeah, this has been one heck of a match, and it looks like Legato's just gonna take this back. Gonna go ahead and sit back, relax, and enjoy a cruise into semifinals, going 3-0 against Squid Killers.
Great showing from Legato. DC obviously a bit unfortunate for Squid Killers, and maybe if they had picked controlling plot, then maybe everything would have changed. Who
Oh
knows?
man. Basically, moral of the story, y'all, get an Ethernet port. But yeah, I mean this is most of it's just unfortunate on the side of Squid Killers. I mean, DC's twice already used a replay, so in that last Rainmaker Black Belly match, he just kind of had to work with it. And as you see on the replay here, Legato's roller and Squeeze are doing a great job of holding the fort down from top mid, and I think that's what was a key role here for there was a key role here in Legato's victory over Squid Killers. But for the next match, we're going to be heading into semifinals. Any thoughts, Silver?
That's all for me. I think you said it pretty well. Yeah, I think we'll be taking a break until the next round. Seeing you in semis.
All right, don't change the channel. We'll see you in semifinals. Welcome back to Little Squid League, our second invitational. We're going to be heading into semifinals between Demon Hunters and Ink Bashers, both highly decorated teams, you can see at the bottom there. LSL 13 champs from Demon Hunters doing a great job in LSL 13, and Ink Bashers going to Div 5, having a bit of a good run there, and going third in LSL 15. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, both these teams look really strong. Bashers have been making waves recently from what I've seen. They've been improving really quickly. Obviously being in Div 5, like, you kind of expect that, I guess, but really good to see the little teams rising up.
Absolutely. I think both teams have come a long way since LSL 15. Yeah, I mean, these are both rising stars in their own rights. I mean, Demon Hunters coming in from, I don't actually know where. I seem to have forgotten. But Ink Bashers also, like I said, they're both rising stars, and I think you guys are in for what's going to be an exciting match as we start at Zone's Wahoo World. What do you think we can see from both sides?
Well, we're about to see. I don't know. This map has a lot of great weapons, and here's some of them. E-Leader is really good on this map. Just shoot, and then goes far.
I mean, this game said, you know what? I'm gonna answer that for you. We're just gonna go ahead and wrap it up here. But Armor's gonna come out from the side of Demon Hunters. They're gonna go straight into control of the zone. It looks like Biz just gonna do what Junior does best: throw those bombs, get the paint in. But it looks like Ink Bashers may be taking control of the zone, and they do. Demon Hunters only able to get the 91 points remaining before that push is kaput. And it looks like Ink Bashers are gonna go straight to work.
You're just standing like on their plat and kind of just shooting way across them. It's very frightening. Oh, right there. Shooting the inkjet out of the sky. No fly zone for them.
Looks like the blue out's gonna come out from the side of Demon Hunters. Isn't enough to quite paint the zone. The leader is gonna hold down the fort, doing a really good job at it. And while at first I thought maybe the Blueless was a little bit of a niche pick, and it absolutely is, but it seems to be doing a great job for them as they're able to get 3 picks with it. And it looks like this could be it for Ink Bashers. It looks like they're gonna go ahead and walk away with a win here. It's 3 down against Demon Hunters, and that's it. They got a cold wipe. It's over.
Right. So quickly. Just getting the first cap on zone, but then Ink Bashers just coming in and getting a wipe and capping them, and that was it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like just from the KA, you can see that Ink Bashers just did a really good job holding down the fort there. I mean, I don't think they gave Demon Hunters any room for error, and that's exactly what you gotta do in a zones matches. You gotta get the lockout, make sure you're taking care of those drops whenever you see them. And Ink Bashers just really put up a masterclass there against the Demon Hunters. We're gonna be heading into Rainmaker Sturgeon. I think most of the weapons they ran already. I mean, well, not all, because
all of them, yeah. Seem like maybe either again, I don't know. Most people to play like vanilla charger with like the ray, or like I've seen like Firefin, so you can just repop the Rainmaker barrier instantly, stuff like that. But just maybe we can still see E-Leader, a custom E-Leader for Rainmaker and Tower. You can just bubble the Rainmaker or the Tower, and then like it's like a shield, and it's just cool.
Well, if there's one thing for certain, it's gonna be Object Shredder. That's the only thing we know it's gonna come out. But I wonder if any of these teams play Slosher, because like we saw from Legato's little foray in Sturgeon, Slosher does a great job here, so I wonder if we can see some of that. I'm personally not too sure if both of these teams play Slosher. I'd love to see one though, not because I'm biased, but because. But yeah, I'm pretty biased. But we're gonna head into the match. Rainmaker, Sturgeon, Demon Hunters in the purple, Ink Bashers in the green.
You see the Kensa Gluga again. As you were saying, it was a pretty niche pick, and like, yeah, there's not much you could say about that, but because of its merits, I guess. Okay, shots.
The K-Slosh having to get out of a bit of trouble there. Both teams go one down. Still in a neutral battle here, as it looks like their junior's going to be out in mid on their own if they do drop out. But it looks like, yeah, it's just a neutral battle here. See who gets to pick. Looks like Demon Hunters gets first blood there. It's not quite first blood, but they do get a pick. Both teams go at least one down. Both teams get a fair share of staying two down. And it looks like they're not going to be able to do much there as they get a delayed wipe from Ink Bashers.
Just missing that last person, just get out of here. Mike there just, oh, and the Ray does get them. These teams are just trading back and forth constantly.
Yeah, I mean, these are two, I don't know if I said this earlier, but these two are equally skilled opponents. I think, like I said, they're going to give each other a run for their money, so that's probably why we're seeing a lot of trades here from both sides. But Demon Hunters is going to go straight back into work, and they lose the Rainmaker, actually. But Ink Bashers is going to go 3 down, possibly looking at 4 down here. Should the Splatling go down? Splatling goes down. That's a delayed wipe for Demon Hunters, and we're going to be seeing a bit of the Demon Hunters offense as they go for the lead.
The Inkjet popped really early. Maybe they can do something. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they get a kill. Oh my god, and the Gluga after the roll. Shot. No protection. It's alright, though. The Rainmaker up.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, just have to back up.
That's unfortunate. I would have liked to see someone in front of the Rainmaker, but you know what? I think we're going to go ahead and let Demon Hunter see what they can do with that kind of offense. But Ink Bashers is going to try to respond with a push of their own. Ferrari backing up, using those missiles, and doesn't quite get a pick with one. And I don't think that was a slosher. Could be me. I think I've gone pretty far without my glasses on, but it looks like Looks like Ink Bashers is going to respond with a push of their own. Trying to use a sponge. Someone drops down. Mike is able to come down to get the stop on that push. And it looks like Ink Bashers is going to go 3 down. And that could be the end of Ink Bashers' push.
Like just the heavy up. He's Splatling. Yeah, just popping it. Taking area. Oh, just throwing it all the way over there. Oh, that shouldn't make it, but oh, just barely missed their stop. Oh
man, looks like the bus left too early for him, but they did get up to 46 points remaining. However, looks like Ink Bashers is going to go back to business here. The K-Shot in the world of their own and see if they can get the pick against the K-Glugas. They do outrange them, but the K-Shot's looking like they might get a piece of the action here. It's gonna have to back up here. Unfortunately, it doesn't back up enough in time. And it looks like we're going to head straight back into a neutral battle between Ink Bashers and Demon Hunters.
He's trying to not get bombed. No. Yeah, there was someone there. Luckily, they didn't pop out and just shoot heavy. I was a bit scared with everyone else around though.
And it looks like Demon Hunters is going to go back to it. They're going to try to get the push going. They don't quite have the... I don't think they quite have the tools necessary. Oh, the K-Shot's going for 2. Gets 2, but unfortunately it's not enough. Someone's able to take care of the Rainmaker. And Ink Bashers is stopping them from getting even further into the lead, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're able to get the pushes necessary to get a lead of their own. They're doing a great job on defense, but unfortunately, they're going to need to find a way to move now because there are about 15 seconds left. Everyone from Demon Hunters dropped down, leaving Ink Bashers a lot of room to get some space in, get some paint in. But will it be enough for them to get the lead as we head into overtime?
They don't. Hunters don't have like any sort of special, just instantly kill the Rainmaker from across the map. But they do have just walking forward into the Rainmaker a special, so it's great. Works out for them. He's all good defending that perfectly.
And sometimes walking forward into the Rainmaker is all you need to do to stop the objective. And Demon Hunters doing a great job of stopping the push before it got too much for them. Now it's 1-1. Ink Bashers, Demon Hunters tied up in the middle of semis. Game 3 at the Reef. What do you think we can see here?
Honestly, a lot of the weapons have been really good. Like Reef, another just very balanced map, doesn't really for anything too much. I think the splat lane might return, but like I think having a backline or like some sort of anchor here really helps because you can just sit on bridge and you shoot everything because you're so high up compared to everything else around you. Maybe like that.
Absolutely, and as sure as most of us know, a key part of playing on the Reef is the bridge. You want to take control of the bridge in order to get those pushes down as fast as you can. Bridge is, it cannot be stressed enough. Bridge is one of the most important parts of any push, or basically any sort of like gaining any sort of momentum in this in the Reef.
Every mode too. It's pretty. Maybe a Rainmaker actually, but nearly every mode. Is very cool part of the map, and I mean, it's by design.
Absolutely. Demon Hunters is carrying the momentum. I think they can use it to their advantage here because we've seen them. I think we've seen them do well with the kind of momentum that they're about to be carrying into Game 3. The question is, can they keep the momentum? Because Ink Bashers did a really good job, especially in that zones Wahoo match. They're capable of showing the defense when they need to. So here we go. Game 3. Demon Hunters in yellow, Ink Bashers in blue. Demon Hunters opting for the junior, not K-Shot and K-Gal. Ink Bashers going for a Zap, Squeezer, K-Shot, and a Glugateko. That's an interesting pick there.
Hopefully trying to set up walls. Their K-Gal. Quite sure. For them. Ooh. Looks like he's working well, so working. Alright. Putting another power for this. Oh. Someone. It's all good. Baby got it done, and. Oh. Ooh, flank. Not quite working out, though.
Yeah, that wasn't the best push we could have seen from Ink Bashers there. I think they could have used their clams a bit. I don't know. I felt like throwing them. They couldn't decide who exactly they wanted to throw them at, and I think that's what led them to a bit of a delayed push there. But it looks like Demon Hunter is going to go straight back to work and shut down immediately as I say that. Ink Bashers is leaving them no room for error. However, they do manage to sneak one clam in. The question is, can they sneak another? Unfortunately, no. That's going to be the end of their push. They don't leave Ink Bashers away with the free pity. However, they aren't too far from. They are still not in the lead. Still not in the position they want to be in.
It's a 3-3 situation right now. The Ink Bashers trying to just like swarm the enemy spawn, like the enemy team, and that's kind of working out for them. They get a power in, and ooh, they don't have missiles anymore now though, so quite unfortunate. And they did not get this jump in, so the sad name for them, but they can pull it back. Gal here just trying to paint street, honestly. Oh, getting picked off by the Gluger though. Yeah, we've seen bridge holding here, just as we said before, is very important. And then colorless up there is super good for them.
Yeah, and it looks like that's just gonna be exactly what's keeping Inkbasher from a push. Gets the baller out, isn't quite able to get a push. In fact, Inkbashers goes 1 down. Now Demon Hunters goes 2 down, 3 down, and now they're gonna be looking. Now Inkbasher's gonna be looking to get that clam in as fast as they can. They do get the clam in. Oh wait, no, Demon Hunters gets the clam in. Now that's a switch up. That is a switch up we didn't expect to see, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to make much of it as they only go down to 68 points remaining. But man, that could have been dangerous for Inkbashers had they gotten more clams in.
Yeah, definitely. Trying to see, get control. Oh my god, the wall. Don't step out in front of your wall, especially against this combo with so many bombs. But
yeah, I think Demon Hunter's doing a great job with against the bombs. They have the lethals necessary to combat those bombs. But Inkbashers is gonna grow their lead, go down to 31 points remaining. Unfortunately, that's a delayed wipe for Inkbashers, but they do get a sizable lead now. They have a bit of breathing room. The question is though, can Demon Hunters respond? We've been able to see, we saw a little sneaky flank there from one of their players, but can we see something like that again? It looks like they're gonna try to sneak up sneaky, but it's not enough. They go down at the delayed wipe.
just the junior. Yeah. And Luga just pushed up there, just getting a bit punished for it. Not really allowing them to get any sort of push. Oh, we're kind of just chilling on like low ground right now if Hunters, and I'm not really sure how good that is because it's they want to push like into their street and and stuff, but
it looks like Demon Hunter's patience is paying off though. They're able to get the power clam in. They might get another power clam. Oh, that's a dangerous spot to be popping that, but they do get the power clam in. Just a few points and they can get the lead here, but it doesn't look like there's going to be anyone home.
oh,
That's going to be the end of their push, and that could have been devastating for Inkbashers, but luckily they're able to hold it down, and I think that might be game for both.
they got a power clam ready,
They
but
do have a power clam. They're going into overtime.
they had enough clams on their side. There's a jumper, I believe that was the Gluger, yeah. Bubbles just taking space and basically just a death trap waiting to happen if you step into them at the wrong time.
Oh my
and time.
goodness! As we learned from last month's Low Ink, Clam's overtime rules are completely ruthless. They allow no room for error.
You gotta be quick with your push. And 19, I think we saw 19k from the Novelist. Die. Next up, we'll be seeing Anchovy Games. This will be Inkbashers, sorry, on point, so they'll be take this, they'll win it all, and they'll go on to finals.
Absolutely. This looks like now Inkbashers has momentum here, and this is exactly what they need if they want to close it out here on game 4. But the question is, can Demon Hunters carry the defense they need in order to prevent Inkbashers from carrying on to the finals?
I mean, they gotta try to get this push in, get a strong push, and then just defend hard and see if they can do that. And so, honestly, it's a lot. It's a pretty balanced map. On this map, control like flat, is really important, like the enemy plat, because that well right now, like the wall, you have to like shoot up there because they can accessible right from your spawn, so it's really easy just to sit up there, throw bombs at the tower as it passes through and all that, and it's very important that you can hopefully apply some pressure by like missiles, rain, bombs, etc. onto the wall.
Also, a bit of an update on the bracket. It looks like the winner of this game will be facing Legato in the finals. Legato able to take home the 3-1 win against Kraken United. And it's as we head into game 4, Tower Control on Anchovy, Demon Hunters in the green, and Ink Bashers in the purple. Seeing most of the same kits here, except Ink Bashers is opting for the Gluga, vanilla Glugas actually.
Gluga. See. We're seeing a quick missile out. Becoming way more popular as the game has progressed, as we see many buffs, and is very strong. 3-3 situation here. Oh, it's kind of just, oh, knowledge dropped. They're open, yep. Trying to clear it left here now. Gal there just throwing walls is very annoying. I need them to do that.
Yeah, it's the walls. It really is just an annoying. It's really annoying to work against because even if you throw a bomb, it might not be enough because all the other opponent has to do is just sit behind. But it looks like Ink Basher is going to get past checkpoint 1. He's going to roll straight into Arcade. Now Arcade is instrumental in either victory or defeat here. If you're on Ink Basher's side, you're looking for them to just completely clear out Arcade, make sure no one gets past them. And if you're Demon Hunters, you want to take control of Arcade immediately. You want to make sure they don't get past that checkpoint because this is one of the tougher checkpoints to get past.
Yeah. Just having that wall, like being able to sit up on top of the wall and weapons not even being able to reach you makes it a bit hard to push past because you don't have, you can't really do much besides throw a bomb and hope they forget it's there. Very interesting, just kind of just like going up, placing a mine, and then backing up again. Just waiting for them to quit. He's doing, I believe, 55 damage, so the Glugo with the rolled shot would be able to kill them directly after. A little bit of leeway for like a fall off or something.
Absolutely, and it looks like Demon Hunters are going to go straight back into it. No, they go 1 down, 2 down, 3 down. This could be a wipe. That's a wipe for Demon Hunters. Ink Bashers preventing that push. They weren't able to prevent them from going through checkpoint 1, but they do prevent them from doing any more damage. So it looks like it's going to go straight back to Ink Bashers' game. It looks like they're going 1 down each side. Still an equal battle here, but it certainly is starting to look, things are starting to look good for Ink Bashers. They start to cruise into checkpoint 2. They start to get the picks they need. They get 1 pick actually.
Inkjet being able to fly in the sky and then shoot at a very far distance definitely is great at contesting the wall. And they get past checkpoint 2, as we were saying. It's a very hard checkpoint to get past, so very good for them to squeeze that in there. Just points. Just for the points, but for the checkpoint, I guess. Just sort of seeing, oh, missiles happening. Just everything flying around and it's getting chip damage and just trying to live. Oh, they get dropped on those. It's very unfortunate. Junior trying to live.
Yeah, unfortunately the Junior there a bit too brave for its own good, but Ink Bash is going to go straight back to it. 3 down on the side of Demon Hunters, trying to get another one. Does get the other pick. Skull there with the Inkjet plays. Woomy pulling out an Inkjet of their own. They're going down to 27, 26, 25 points remaining. Can they get the checkpoint 3 here? The question is, and the answer is no. So they get wiped. but they're able to creep a little closer to checkpoint 3, not quite able to get it. 21 points remaining, and if you're Demon Hunters right now, you need to be worried about making that push that gets you the lead. Otherwise, things are not looking good for your finals hopes.
Ink Bashers getting that push through the second checkpoint in the push before was like shown there, because now they could just cruise through their plat area and then just into their spawn. And with 2 Inkjets, you have so much stall time to just Inkjets up on top of the wall, and you're kind of fine there. Ink Basher's already getting another push underway. You know, there's only 10 seconds left, and they have the lead. They could just sit back, throw bombs, but I guess they don't really have the most defensive comps. So, oh, and 2 down. Yeah, Junior not able to get on the tower in time, just kind of floating in there.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to be game over for Demon Hunters as Ink Bashers takes the set and is going to be going to Grand Finals to face off against Legato. Unfortunately for Demon Hunters, this is going to be the set that wraps up your day. But what a run it has been for Demon Hunters.
Has been all right.
But
climbing through this bracket.
Absolutely, they did a great job here getting their way into not winner semis, but semis overall. But unfortunately, they didn't have the keys to success here as they would have wanted. They do get the win here against Ink Bashers in Sturgeon Rainmaker, but unfortunately, they just weren't able to carry that momentum into the later rounds. So I think that's really the thing that ended their day. I mean, well, it is, because they just lost one, but
well, you always get you get a 3rd place match, so
they do. Oh, yeah, that's right. You do get a 3rd place match. In fact, you're gonna get a 3rd place match against Kraken United. Yeah, so be sure to look out for that, all you Demon Hunter fans.
Cute little cat.
And that's going to be it from our end. That's going to be it for us today. We have another set of wonderful commentators here to take you the rest of the way through. I'm Nito. With me is Silver. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see y'all in Grand Finals. And don't change the channel.
Well, hello there, everyone, and welcome back to Let's Squid League 18, which is actually the second invitational for returning champions and returning teams. I'm back here with Silva, actually, so...
Yep, I'm back.
So, now we're going to see the finale of Ink Bashers vs. Legato. Since you've been here for a while, what have you seen so far?
We just saw Ink Bashers 3-1 over Demon Hunters. We saw Legato actually win their match as well. Quarters. In pretty dominant fashion.
3-1 over Cracking United.
Yeah, there was some TC issues, but I mean...
It's not done now.
It happens.
Yeah. Like, honestly, for like this in potential, there is so many stacked teams in this tournament, but makes it to this finale, well, to the top 4 at least, Demon Hunters and Ink Bashers, Cracking United, and Legato. All these teams have been popping up so far recently. Well, Demon Hunters hasn't been for a while, but the rest of the 3, they've been around the scene on and off. All these making an alphabetical lowering, so it makes sense that they finally meet up in battle.
Ink Bashers and Legato have been kind of popping off recently. They've been going right with it.
Yeah, Ink Bashers Div 5 and Legato the winners of Div 6 back in really recently.
Momentum.
But yeah, here we go. Merely going to
Zones Prona.
Well, for the Bashers, the weapon sets of Ink Bashers, we do see a Junior, a Hydra, in case Shy and a Google that merely dies from the side of Legato. And that's a double Junior comp. That's a double armor comp, by the way.
Oh. The Hydra just dropping and immediately dying for it. Unfortunate. Ooh.
Yeah.
And Ink Bashers all going down pretty much.
All of Legato just staying alive on its own. And also for them, they're running their usual aggressive comp with the NSAP, Knowledge, K-Shot, and Killing Machine. So for them, they have so much advantage of power against Legato. Because they're running a little bit. Yeah, basically doing that. It's a good thing that Ink Bashers did, they had to go to mid. They got a lot of pain against Legato, getting them 3 down and capping his own.
Honestly, really good push, and just how they can hold it. I mean, they have the Hydra, so hopefully they can Hydra set up and keep the momentum going.
Yeah, they do have the range advantage with that. And they have the ball to come in for one instance as well. And with a lot of bombs that they have as well, they can just go in by pain, by the range of the bombs. But that's 2 down on his side, 3 down on the side of Ink Bashers once again. And we'll see Legato actually wipe Ink Bashers and keep control on mid.
I believe they solo missile the Hydra, and the Hydra just couldn't really do much about it because it's a Hydra, so kind of a bit slow.
Yeah, but not actually killing off the Junior, so that's one armor down inside of Ink Bashers. Legato just trading off and giving the armor to themselves, with the solo missile going to the NSAP.
Good movement there, just escaping the glue guy.
It's moving.
Yeah.
But honestly, 2 down. That's 2 down on each side right now, and for the side of Ink Bashers, they will be able to cap the zone.
Junior kind of just being able to solo now because it's a Junior. So much paint output.
It's about that they didn't paint the zone so quickly. Getting an amazing pick on the... that was the Junior as well, so both armors are down and the missile coming out. The massive wave of armor spam, missile spam, is giving Legato so much pain and actually cancelling the splash on the K machine.
Double armor coming into play, hopefully.
The double arm cover is honestly their potential, but they need to wait so long for them to push in for that because they give so much time for the guy just to find the footing, find more pain in mid that they want, and just cap the zone. For Ink Bashers, they're taking it a long game because they have the Hydra and double armor. They're using Fetch as an armor spam as much as possible, but they're using the Hydra as a backup. But it seems like a bit of a downfall because we see the points right now. The Ink Bashers is trying to take the long game, but it's working seemingly to their favor a little bit time to time. But it only takes like every 30 seconds that they take the zone.
And when they do get it, they try to hold for a little bit. And right now, I mean, they're a little bit close to lead, but
again, they all get shut off in the middle.
yeah, Legato getting the cap there was really good for them.
Again, there's still bounty points running out in the middle left. Legato needs to be wide for Ink Bashers to even get the lead here, but 2 down, that's a good start for them.
Yeah, it looks like they will get lead here, the light that you mentioned.
Yeah, they're taking the long game.
They got so many bombs to throw on that. They just have to commit to painting it so often.
Honestly, yeah, that's a last second advantage. You just throw a bomb, then Ferrari actually getting pick and blurry. That's a Slayer down inside of the garden, getting a double, getting the armor down as well. The Splashdown trying to save his, yeah, save a little bit, but it kept down. That's the Hydra holding up the armor.
You're just being able to hold zone. Do everything.
Again, yeah, the Junior just parenting just the fact to paint their own zone, just to not have it go into overtime, not going to a cap of the side of Legato. So right now, since it's went to middle, yeah, Ink Bashers won.
Do take it, yeah. Back and forth game, but I mean, Ink Bashers, they just played to their strengths and a push in that fit for them and it worked out. Yeah, the Hydra went off, yeah.
Yeah, Hydra and the KHRG went off. But really just, even though Legato got the second zone, they needed the first zone as well to get the overtime. It's actually like about 2 A zones. But yeah, now we're moving on to the counter pick, since this is finals.
Yeah. I wonder what they'll be counterpicking, what Legato will counterpick.
Yeah, but why not you explain counterpicking since you've been here?
So counterpicks be the loser's pick. So because Legato lost this game, they'll be able to pick. And not sure about the rules, but I'm sure that they pick the map and mode.
So yeah, that would be understandable. But they won't be able to pick the mode that they won on. But since right now they didn't win any mode, they can choose whatever they please, and they choose Tower Control and Ink Block Order Academy.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's a relatively small map and might give them a bit more of an advantage.
Yeah, definitely with the Nautilus Inkjet, they can definitely pop off on that. And exclusively fighting Legato myself, they are really power heavy on control, and basically if you give the Nautilus and give the KHR enough space, you just basically are going to get steamrolled.
Yeah.
But for Ink Bashers, for them putting up the double armor, that's a really good counter against that. But Legato is having so much special spam with missiles, at least, and the Inkjet combo as well. It's pretty good. So honestly, we just see who will out-mechanic the other team with specials, so they can push ahead to each checkpoint.
How what Ink Basher's comp will look like. Their anchor, like missiles are very, very strong because you can just missile like the plat and then make them move backwards, and then you can missile them again, and it's like, well, we can't move backwards anymore. So
that's definitely a truth. Or they can just run a Stingray.
they could, yeah.
Yeah, but right now we see that for Ink Bashers, they don't have a backline. They're running the Knot and that K-Shot and Google us. And for the side of Legato, they're running the Slosher, they're running the KKL, they're running Nas, and they're running the NZAP. So it looks like Legato is going to go with missiles. Same thing with Ink Bashers, but Legato's going to have a little bit more range this time.
Was going down really early, and the K shot. Gluger getting a really nice shot though on the tower.
A little bit doing on the moves right now, but Legato actually going to the first checkpoint immediately, but avoiding the knowledge odds with Inkjet, but doing Booyah to actually counter on his own.
The Kagao in the corner here. Let's see what they can do.
Maybe
not really much to undo.
Yeah, being that 2v1 doesn't help, and actually we see Inkbot is now going to the checkpoint, and with so much pain on the side and not many people against it, they will be able to capitalize on the first checkpoint.
If you back up against an Inkjet, like, it's still fine for the Inkjet because they're doing their job.
Yeah.
They're people away and they get the checkpoint done. So.
But three down inside the Inkbot, and so Legato's trying to push. We see that Slayer here trying to go for the middle, trying to go for pain on mid. But Blurry maybe trying to go for a little sneak. Or we do the Booyah.
Missiles though, pressuring them to just throw the Booyah as quickly as possible so they don't get destroyed by those.
Yeah, Blurry actually getting the triple there, getting the quad, I think, right there. And that means Legato will be able to kill this first checkpoint, maybe go to the second checkpoint now. This is Legato's chance of pushing and doing the steamroll that I said about earlier.
They're getting a nice pick on, I believe, the Nautilus there.
Yeah, that was an Nautilus there, but only 1% in the zone, and the Rumi trying to do the best to get them off, but getting killed by Blurry. That been popping off recently this whole match, seeing the 10 kills against everybody else, going to the final checkpoint for the side of Legato.
Yeah, just throwing it right there, just almost like a smoke screen.
Yeah, the flashbang of GG.
Oh. Wow.
That would have been funny. But, you know, Legato getting the second point in the match in a reasonable fashion. Just a little bit of non-stop, non-compatible pushing, and Legato just getting straight to the KO. It's the small map, like you said, and it's really took them to the benches once Blurry actually got the wipe.
When you start counter pick, they know how to play it. Like, there's to their strengths.
Yeah.
Really small, swarmish comp, and then just holding forward.
Yeah. And now it's the time for Bash's pick to do for counter picking. But for counter picking rules, again, if it's loser's pick and they can't pick on the map they won at, and the map they won at, they cannot choose splat zones on point of it mainly, but mainly they can't choose splat zones at all. So they could go one to TC or Rainmaker or Clan Blitz.
I mean, if they want Clan Blitz, then they could. See many teams. Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
They want a Clan Blitz on Humpback.
Maybe
No.
they want to get it out of the way.
Yeah. Honestly, for this though, this is a Slosher favorite map.
It is definitely.
Does anybody from 8-5 just play a Slosher?
I don't believe we've seen any. Might be wrong.
So honestly, if they do it like that, I feel that this is a misplay. Because we always saw it. We saw in game 2 that Legato wants a Slosher from Kippen. And everyone else has a shooter and Nahus with the Nahus from the side of Legato as well. The firepower and Kippers with their Slosher can definitely outplay Bashers if they try to go aggro, but they might try to do double armor again and bait out that Hydra.
Yeah.
That would be
This is another like smallish kind of map, like kind of big in the grand scheme of things, but like in the middle of like where you're actually fighting, it's kind of small. So.
and so many hills.
Yeah.
So yeah, on this really, this could go to Inkbash's favor if they do the Hydra and Zap against Clan Blitz, but Legato mostly would be doing the Slosher again, and try to do a lot of pain.
And Weezer, I believe that was. Yes.
Well, yeah. This,
Seeing double armor from Legato with the tri-slasher and the end tap.
yeah. But on the side of Invitational, they're going in with the Squid and Gula, not trying to capitalize on the double armor on this. Gula immediately going down on the side of Invitational, and the Squeeds are going down as well. That's a wipe. That's almost a wipe away on the side of Invitational.
That one person is so weak, but
He's
that, so you can't just walk forward.
Yep. He's dead now. Basically, like I was first starting push with no clams though. That was a great start for them to gather control, because with that they put it in fact out of position already, but they really sacrificed it for kills rather than getting a clam. And they should get a clam.
Seems like it's still going though.
It's
Inkjet in the top left.
again, it's still going, but guys, this is not Rainmaker. It's
Not
clam.
spot zones, like, yeah.
Yeah. They finally get a clam. It took a minute 30. They finally have a clam, but they could just outpower this so much if they don't focus on kills. This is just a little bit of bullying. But honestly, they're showing the power that they have. They're showing the aggressiveness that they have. They're getting 2 down on the side of Ink Batches again. Gray maybe getting 3rd right there. But no.
To disengage.
They're trying to pincer Ink Batches as much as possible so they can get so much control in mid and so much clams, so maybe they can get 4 clam and just wipe it immediately. But again, just taking so much time in the respawn of each clam. Just needs to make them wait and farm kills.
And 2 down on Ink Bashers. Still no clams though, from what I can tell.
Again, they're just waiting so long to put some clams in. They're just giving so much space for Ink Batches to come in, and just so they can feed to Legato with their kills and just going in front of the basket. But that's finally 2 down on the side of Legato that we never seen for a while now. Nobody 1 clam already, which is his pity clam on the Ink Batches so they can pull in. But they need to kill the Tri-Starter and the K-Gal.
Those burst bombs.
Again, Legato just so well organized in the battles that they're just already in mid, already in the base, ready for another clam.
Yeah. They get one. Oh, the Nautilus says no ink, I think.
that was a no link Nautilus, yeah. So that means that the penalty is gone, but the Tri-Stars are all alone in a 3v1. And actually they barely get out of it, but they get killed. And Blurry actually getting killed by the Squeezer. This is the time for Ink Batches to actually make a push with the bubbles coming out, but getting killed by the Nautilus, but blindsided. Wow.
I mean, underneath the bubble, pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy right there. And already 20 comes inside Ink Batches. Fred's doing a little bit of telephone, but you don't know. It's fine. He's just moving, and it's still all the Ink Batches just need to have a lot of control in mid. And they do with the wall being ready. They can get a lot of points right here.
Ooh, the zap going down though. Being protected by the bubble.
Yeah, but they put in a clamp. That's the main thing.
This is very important. The power opening up the basket.
Yeah, Women's Skull actually bringing some points.
Oh, the squeezer. It's gonna get 2. Oh, they do. Gonna get 3. Oh no.
And the Ferrari actually coming in, but actually dying as well. If Inkjet just got that final clam in, that would have been the tie game, and actually would have been to Legato if they didn't get the extra clam.
They needed 1 clam.
The 1 full clam. But again, we see the Ink Patches finally have controlling on mid. Just takes a long way game. They just need another special coordination so they can go in and kill the penalty once again.
Specials up mid. Oh, they get a jump. Not in range of the basket, but I don't think anyone is there to contest the shot, so.
Yeah, no, really. But again, that's 3 down inside the Batchers. They waited a little bit too long, or the jump might have been useless because they could have got more points really quickly if they didn't just do the jump.
Yeah. they just swam forward.
Yeah, they should just ran forward.
No power clamps, so that is the end of that game.
And Legato gets the second point because of that.
Oh, with a break point actually, because it was counter picks.
True. Again,
Two
Ink
in a row.
Bashers. Yeah, Ink Bashers gets to do another pick. And now they know they should do clamplets. Because
Yeah,
they can
maybe not clamplets on the back.
again, the aggressiveness that they play is so overpowering against every other team so far, really. Like, they'll won so far. They 3-1 Kraken United. And they 3-0 Squid Killers, and they 3-0 the Wiggly Phantom. Wait. No, they 3-0 Squid Killers, and then they just got by round 1 of bracket. So, again, it looks like no one can contest their aggressiveness, but in the battle for Ink Bashers as well, they 3-2 Up the Ante, which was close set, 3-2 ITAP, and then 3-1 Demon Hunter with momentum there. But for Legato, again, they've been having a clean momentum sweep, so maybe Splatstones is not the map. And Ink Bashers cannot choose Splatstones, which sucks for them, because that's the one they won at.
And this is the mode they want to play with their anchors, their backlines,
Yeah.
long range.
Honestly, for them, they might want to do another CB or tower control, but they want to do the double armor pick. They want to have the high win, so they have Legato capitalize on not being able to be controlled in middle and just take the long game.
Definitely. But the counter pick will be there.
Yeah, but the main thing is, do not pick Rainmaker against Legato.
Yeah, that doesn't seem great. It just seems so fast.
The composition, so insane. And oh no,
Oh, not listening to us.
they have knowledge for sure. They picked Rainmaker on Black Belly, another kind of slosher map, but knowledge map as well. And I guess they can play the Hydra here if they do double armor, but they mostly won't. They would try to go aggressive with this, with the side of Ink Bashers. But what do you think, Silver? Like, what would they do, or what will they try to do for the side of Ink Bashers to try to get another point off this, to capitalize on Legato's small mistakes of being too aggressive? Ever? Okay. But yeah, their mindset right now for Ink Bashers is pretty confusing during this. They might just be thinking that they can't pick another mode that they picked before. So
Yeah,
that might be the reason why they're doing this. But for counter picking, you can pick the mode that you did before. I think it's something called Dave's stupid rule, something like that. But I'm just thinking
Yes.
I'm just thinking in another terms perspective, because I've been doing a different game with counter picks as well. So you can like double pick a mode if you want they didn't win on. So why not they just do another Crampless map which is more spaced out?
But this intro is so old. When was it taken?
That's not.
Oh my. I just see the tall tower.
This might be might be zone
I-
now. Or turf 4.
It might be turf war. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
But
see the slosh
again,
tower.
yeah. The slots are going with the side of Legato that we know and love from Kipu. Blurwig doing medication once again, Gray with the knowledge again, and ends up on the side player. Again, we're seeing from Legato the comment that we know and love from them, but for the side of Ink Bashers, they do have the jet for Stingray this time. Or no, yeah, that is Stingray.
Double K shot. Double K shot, C-Jet, and then Kekuga. Yeah.
The double The double K shot is a missile spam, and the K Gula is actually more power against Legato. This kind of looks like Cancel Kabuli today, but other than Jet, you know. But yeah, right now,
having the long range weapons of like this, the custom jet sculpture and the Pentaglucas might help a lot with like to deal with Legato's aggressiveness. It might sound like kind of counteractive, but if you could just outrange them before they get to you, then it might help.
yeah, and actually said that actually what they did, they led them to the long range weapon and actually picked them off there. But the only problem is they don't have any chances to push right now because they're letting them feed to the long range weapon.
I think the C-Jet just died to missiles there. Is fortunate.
Yeah,
Does get the defend though.
that was a good defense on the side of the batch, but again, they're letting them to 40 right now.
The bomb.
That was a good bomb that they did, but actually they let Legato think to up to 18. But we're still being alive on the side of Legato. They might just be waiting for another push. But as of right now, Invitational might be trying to go for another special spam just to make them get off of Legato's base. But mostly they're going for the Rainmaker reset.
Legato getting this early push though is really good for them because that's what they want. They want to just have a push and then just applying pressure with the weapons.
Yeah, and with the early push as well, they can just chillax and just camp them in mid. Because as you see right now, that they're abusing. That's just abuse right there. Like, oh, so just holding up and doing another push, keeping it aggressive. So Invitational is going to be more in a panic to get a kill, kill the Mimic exclusively as well.
Making the custom jet sculpture almost useless because, well, it doesn't matter if you ray us because we already have a push. So
Yeah. Nobody to glue it down as well. That's a wipe on the side of Ink Bashers. Wait, no, that's a wipe on the Legato, not Ink Bashers. What am I saying? Yeah. So now Ink Bashers is in the lead. But the first on the pedal. What do you think they should do now?
I think what they're doing right now, just building specials, is like good, but they're still getting pressured by Auto because there's many specials before they died, so they had just saved up.
Yeah, with all of them having armor, they were able to just go aggressive and take the butt, but it looks like Impassive was being too panicky. They were just waiting a little bit too long, even though they should have maybe went left. And we see now Legato just going straight through the middle.
Unfortunate. I'd have been able to just let it reset, like, and try to hold mid with like main weapons.
Yeah, they could do that. Again, they just need to kill off the main slayers.
Legato getting close. Oh, getting 2 whole points this time. Insane.
Insane, making them this 16. But Inkbashers still have the Rainmaker protected at least. But Blurry's still in the sneaking.
Oh, Blurry's still here?
Look, Blurry might be going for the KO. He made it to 8.
Great number.
Yep, we really great number. What a good sneak from them as well. If they got that extra kill, they would have KO'd it right there. But we see that Inkbashers is going to take the half pipe right now.
Who has the Rainmaker on Inkbashers right now? But
that would be most likely one of the K shots.
that seems like it.
The trade off on the side. Both teams. Skull actually having the
the custom jet. 5. Oh, I don't think they can get a pop in time.
They can't.
Yeah. Rainmaker does not respawn.
Yep, that's the 3rd point to Legato.
Points in a row. Yes.
The momentum from Legato, all because of Inkbashers counter picking, it's pretty bad. To be fair, I'm just being honest. Inkbashers counter pick so far has been so much to the favor of Legato that they forgot that they had the advantage of the double armor. If they do a long range map with the stalemate mode like Clamplets, it will be fine for them. They counted them like that in zones. Why not they do it again?
They just not. They don't want. I don't know. They might. I'm not sure if they actually have. They can pick their mode, right?
They can only pick the ones that they lost at, so they cannot pick zones at all.
They can pick zones at all, but like they could still like.
They can pick everything else. They can pick every other mode, but they cannot pick splat zones. That's the main thing.
They just. I'm not sure. They're just. I don't know. I mean, they're kind of pick, and now they're just rolling.
Yeah. At this point, like, Ink Bashers needs to do the double armor strat that they did before. They need to pick a Hydro map. They need to capitalize on Blurry and Gray not having any space to run around. They need Fresh on the Junior. And they need to have the Hydra back. That's what they need so far. They can't move without it. They're being overpowered.
Decent amount.
Like, what do they have left to even do in East Pool?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of it. I liked what they ran on Humpback Climbblitz with the Squeezer and the Kuga.
Yeah, like
that
that
was rain. It wasn't slow.
Again, it's not slow, but honestly, they might want to go slow for Clamplets because what they have, again, they have the Weave, they have Inkblot, they have Snapper Canal, they have Makomar, and they have Piranha Bit. Wait, they can do this actually on Inkblot again, or Snapper.
Yeah,
They just
I mean,
utilize on so much control. Yeah. Or they can. Yeah, they're thinking really hard.
Yeah,
Because
apparently.
there's Vahu in the pool. It is not. It's only for zones.
You think hard.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Like, they know they know Safari, or they might just try to catch us again. They're going to go for Waymaker, but they know it's going to be in a deficit of being camped once again. But for TC and Clamblitz, it's the only option. It's a heads-to-head scenario, and what competition will they pick as well?
yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's just like just need like some sort of long map and like they can't pick zones. Like I don't know what their second best mode would be.
Like, for TC, they can do Anchovy to make the a long map and a chokeable map, but that's honestly the same thing as Sturgeon. But again, it's a short map. The Weave maybe, but again, they can just choke as well. But because of the Nautilus and the missile spam. Like,
Maybe they've counterpicked Tower Control, Clamblitz, and Rainmaker, so that if they win this match, Legato has to counterpick zones twice, which is their best mode.
that could be a good reason, yeah.
Be so big brain.
And they don't.
Well, they can't. Well, they can't pick zones, but like maybe they win this match. Then
And they're forced to pick zones 3 times in a row. Well, zones and then I think TC. They can do it again, but most likely, if they win this, yeah.
If Legato won the zones match, then they would just win the set because
Yeah. That's a good thing that Legato won the zone, that Legato lost his own match, so more content. But stuff for Piranha Pin on TC, it's a bigger map. That's the good thing. Oh. They made it clams on Piranha Pin.
It's a big map.
Yeah, the main thing is it's a big map. So again, if they won the Hydra and maybe the NSAP, that would give a good lead for them. And Ink Patches and for Ink Patches, like I might not have any space to run around.
Definitely.
But if Legato wants to double missile like the Slosher from Kipu and from Blurry the K-Shot, who knows? But we know that Rumi is gonna won the dualies, the Googles for sure. So they might use that for armor. Or power, at least.
As with Fizzy Bomb and armor, Fizzy Bomb is these long maps. It gets you a lot of points for special. Because it's just straight line all the way.
Yeah, it can help a lot for paint, but once again, we need to wait and see if Invitational can just change their mentality right now because they're down 3-0, 3-1. They lost 3 matches in a row now. If they can do a momentum shift right now, that would be great.
Hopefully, I'm right, and then Legato would have to counter fake twice, or zones twice, and then
Yeah,
do something.
it will fall into Invitational's favor of double picking zones and just pulling the same comp again to win. In comeback out of nowhere.
Exactly.
That's the plan.
It's a humongous brain play.
Yep, but honestly, they might just won the bubbles again with the squeezer. But I feel like that even though that's good, like with other judges, we got new sets, and the K Junior is still a thing with bubbles and bombs, so they can do the quick pop there and go for more kills because Legato wants to go up in your face, so that would be good lowering tactic to get more kills if they go for the bubble.
I could definitely go for that. Also see like Stingray coming out on this map. Stingray's strong because straight lines.
Yeah.
You don't want your Stingray to be holding the power, so that might be an issue.
Yeah, but again, that would be the jet, not like an actual backline.
Yeah.
So yeah, we wait.
We wait.
It's what time is it for you right now, server?
Right now it is a 10:10. We'll leave
Oh.
work in 30 minutes.
Oh.
Finally.
Yeah, hopefully we can speed one this and get to the match. But as of right now, yeah, it's 10 p.m. for all of us, late night battle royale. We can say something like that.
It'll be. I think this is a good set so far.
This is
They're going to be shutting down, and hopefully Ink Bashers can bring it back.
we want to see a comeback. We want to see the reverse sweep curse of tiebreaker in the end of Game 7.
Tiebreaker.
Yes, yes, we're going to call this tiebreaker. But yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you were right. The Hydra.
They're wanting the double armor comp that we wanted to see over this whole time. But also for Legato, we're seeing the Slosher once again, we're seeing the K-Gal, we're seeing the Austin, we're seeing the NZAP, and they're pulling up a quick armor.
Breaking the armor on the immediately. Trying
Yeah,
to paint.
But again,
down already. Oh, 2v2.
Yeah, that trade up actually killing on the NZAP and killing the Slosher, that'll be no missile spam, and actually 2 down again on the side of Legato. Ink Bashers still has so much paint potential to do so. Damn on.
Oh, and just getting word that technically this isn't illegal counterfeit because they won on zones. It's because they won on zones Piranha.
They want to win a bit, so they cannot win the same map mode. But honestly, their brains might be shut down. They just might know that they won this. So Legato should keep it going. It's more interesting.
Legato might just be confident, like. Fun.
Yeah. What do you know? It's for content. They want to start Game 7.
It's an invitation, though. Have fun.
Yeah.
And the power, trying to sneak its way in there, but golden
and-
clam on his back, so.
Slayer was super close to joining clan, but they finally get it after a little bit of misplay. Chloe getting denied of doing extra clan because of I think that was the Kegula. And Slayer getting to kill him fresh, that means no armor. The Hydra's still alive though.
The booyah while jumping out, classic.
Yep, saving the booyah to the end. But as of right now, we do see that Invitational starts to control mid. And they do have armor up as well. They have the ball at the back, but no one's going to pick it up, so that's going to be the pity actually disappearing on the side of Legato. And that's 2 down for him as well. That too is actually really crucial because of the kick out and the Nautilus. And it ends up being done now.
Oh, can they reach? Just barely out of their reach, but.
They're making the K-Gal panic. That's the good thing. They make them panic on the conveyor. And actually getting a little bit. Oh, it was so close to a sneaky kill. Wait, what?
Just missing one shot. Oh, a bit of. I guess.
Nintendo moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, still, we see that Legato is still winning by only 1 clam though.
You see the splat lanes just shredding through people.
That's 3 down on the side of Invitational as well. They can just put in the clamps in. Great, just going in for the 3-1.
Yeah, the inkjet down though.
Yeah, and that inkjet actually tried to do enough work and actually tried to track him. It's like, wait, what?
Actually throw clams from that little great spot. I don't think many people know that, but
it's a lot of range, but you can still do it for sure. But actually, with Kupu's and I think that was Blurry's plan of actually doing double clam, they make it down to 22. That was such an insane play right there.
Pretty strong push. Legato. Armor, I don't think it's really. Oh, it does do it. Take the Nautilus down, I believe. Hydra, sorry.
Yeah, the Hydra's down. So it doesn't really look like any push. That's going to go for Invitational. They need to have so much control, which actually they have now because it's only the Nautilus left. Where is the Nautilus actually? To push ahead. The Nautilus actually jumped out, but they could have scored earlier. They took it too long.
Might have been scared of the Nautilus and just worried about getting shredded.
Yeah,
the
true.
Hydra, the Hydra shredding though.
And that's the wipe on the side of Invitational. Again, if Invitational put in the clan before, instead of fighting Nautilus, they would have gotten more points then. But yeah, now the guy has control of mid and basically, I guess the match.
Much. Really close.
It is.
30 seconds remaining. Yeah. 20.
There's no time of Invitational either. So yeah. Well, they do the pity, but they need to have a wipe on Legato to even get a big push. That's 2 down, so it's a good start. The Hydra going down. That's 3 down.
Hey.
They need the push now. Well, that will be it.
Hit the power.
Thor, you missed. No, Thor, you missed the clam and threw it to the water.
Oh my god, they would have won if they had gotten that in.
That would have been the victory right there. But Thor, you threw it in the water.
Oh my god.
That's an L. That's an L.
That was something.
Images that
happened.
precedes unfortunate
I
Splatoon
sure
event.
used to watch that.
We all just watched that. Oh, that's unfortunate for the side of Invitational. But still, yeah, Legato.
Legato is your LSL 18 champions.
even though with a counter pick that went to their favor, a loss in Zone's Piranha Pit and a ban pick of Piranha Pit twice. Legato still won the whole tournament. Also, Invitational 18 just by playing to the skill and not letting down. They never stepped off the pedal. they just stayed awake over this whole time, playing for like 3 hours now.
Alright.
So, yeah, that's it.
That's it.
That's your also Invitational 2. All played.
Oh, here's thanks to all our staff and tournament organizers.
Yeah, and thanks to Job doing the graphics and production, and all of the other commentators earlier today.
It's amazing stream. It looks super good.
Oh yeah, by the way, if anyone's wondering about the third place match, Crack United 1-3-0. No challenge.
That's me. I'm there. I'm on the screen right now.
When you see it. But yeah. For all the teams that played today, GG's to them. It's great to see you guys again in the low level scene. But like to see you again soon. Maybe we play. And also, shoutouts mainly to Legato and Invitational for making top 2.
Definitely.
And
Huge congrats to Legato.
yeah, so right now all that's left really is to sign up for LSL 19 when that comes out soon. And
Yeah.
also remember, low rank is next week. So for low level
Is next
players,
week.
yeah, so low level players that still is a lot to play. Sign up for that. You might see Legato again.
Play low ink.
Play low rank basically, yes.
Play low ink.
Okay, so as we are getting told to wrap it up, Silva, where can we get you in contact?
Underscore silverness on twitter.com and about it. I don't do anything else. I play this game.
You have a team?
Currently I play for Team Torquelight. Or I think we're name pending. I think we're Beanwater right now. I don't know.
Okay, and for me, you can find me at Jorian51 on Twitter, Jorian2 on Twitch, and the Captain Valkyrie Ninjas, who's gonna play low rank next week, hopefully.
Good luck.
So yeah, that'll be it for the tournament today for LSL Invitational 2, and we'll see you next time.